Good morning, everyone. I'll call the meeting to order. This is the special council meeting of Thursday, November 2nd, 2023, where we hear from our partner agencies on their budget and their proposals for 2024. A reminder that we have a committee of the whole meeting on Tuesday, the 7th, and we have a public meeting which will be in the evening on November 8th, correct? Which is the Wednesday. So just so we're sure you have that in your calendars. 7 o'clock in the evening. So we'll call the meeting to order and look for an adoption of the agenda. Deputy Mayor Richardson, Councillor Perry. We have Councillor Smeaton zooming in today.
Is there okay for you the wording for the adoption of the agenda? VON's not coming?
Yes. She did. But I thought I did that later.
Adoption of the agenda.
So the adoption of the agenda is that the agenda for the open session of the special meeting of Thursday, November 2nd, 2023 be adopted as circulated and with the following amendments. Addition, item 7.3 being correspondence from VON Canada, Ontario branch regarding their 2024 budget. Deletion, item 8.5 being a presentation from VON Ontario branch regarding their 2024 budget. So are you okay with that, Deputy Mayor? And Councillor Perry, are you okay with that? Thank you. All in favor? And that passes. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest on anything on today's agenda? Seeing none, should any arise during the course of the meeting, advise the chair and we'll deal with them accordingly. We'll move on to deputations. Item 5 is budget presentations by the conservation authorities, and item 5.1, Kawartha Conservation 2024 budget presentation. Mark Majowski, Chief Administrative Officer, Kawartha Conservation. Whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning to you and to Deputy Mayor Richardson and members of council. My pleasure to be here today to talk about our 2024 budget and special project request to you. And with me today, I do have Christy Virgo, which some of you may recognize. She's our Director of Stewardship and Conservation Lands. And before I get too far as well, I'd just like to recognize some of the board members that you've appointed from your council to our board. Our board is a very functional group, and they are a great group. They work together with municipalities very well, and the members that you've chosen are a big part of that. So I'd just like to recognize Councillor Warren, Councillor Smeaton, and Deputy Mayor Richardson. With that, on the next slide, please, we have our budget process. You'll see that we're at the relatively beginning stages of the budget process. We'll be presenting a draft budget to our board in November in a couple weeks, and from there we'll see in January, at the end of January, we'll present that budget to member municipalities for a 30-day circulation period with an anticipated budget vote around March. On the next slide, you'll see that we're working with guidance from our board at a 2.5% increase for this year in municipal operating levy. And that works out due to apportionment changes and a formula that's provided by the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry to 2.15% increase to the City of Kawartha Lakes. And those levies do support categories 1, 3, and general business programs of the authority. On the next slide, you'll see different elements, and this is an interesting slide. It really represents some of the changes that we're seeing due to the Conservation Authorities Act, which are reflected in the 2024 budget. and the MOUs that are on the agenda as well for this meeting. So there is a change in the representation of our operating, which you see on the right-hand side. There's a graphic identifying how we would traditionally have looked at our budgets. So that operating levy is now split into business operations, or it's termed general in the Act. Category 1 programs, which are really provincially interest programs. So those are the mandatory programs identified by the province, and Category 3 programs and services. So those would traditionally form the operating, and it's a translation of those amounts. Category 2 are those projects that are done on behalf of municipality, and those would be traditionally our council-approved projects and service agreements. Importantly, the budget is also supported by other revenue sources, which are identified within our budget. Those would be program-generated revenues, grants and donations, and in some cases, reserves and deferred revenues. On the next slide, similar to many other organizations, you'll see that grant availability and inflation economy are big drivers, in addition to the Conservation Authority's kind of implementation measures that we're looking at for 2024. On the next slide, I identify the proposed City of Kawartha Lakes funding for 2024. So there is an increase. About 70% of that is attributed to the Category 2 or special benefiting projects, and that is going to be explained in the following slides, and that is tied to the Lake Management Plan implementation. On the next slide, we have general benefiting projects as they're termed. These are largely focused on the Category 1 programs. So we have an ongoing digitization of records that are really focused on corporate services and our planning and permitting records. And our environmental monitoring strategy, where we have a 10-year plan to improve our monitoring networks, which is really key for flood forecasting and some of those provincially mandated programs moving forward. At the tail end of the 10-year strategy, there are some Category 3s that pop in as well, and looking at a $25,000 investment to translate, for instance, some of the manual gauges to real-time information, and a few more gauges on the landscape. The next slide that I have for you is really just an overview of the special project levy request, and these projects were traditionally the council-approved projects, Category 2s in this case. And you see the Lake Management Plan implementation is certainly one of those items. The Joint Rural Stewardship Program with Region of Durham, that's the tree planting. And this is the final year of the Lake Dalrymple plan as well. On the next slide, I have a snapshot, a simplified snapshot of the new action plan, which we forwarded on to see. You'll see it during your budget deliberations. And what we've identified is similar to the previous action plan, different levels of involvement in the different program areas, which range from sediment and erosion control to putting projects in the ground to different monitoring programs that are out there, and a general oversight component that helps address any matters from the communities that come forward. So the total municipal investment, you can kind of sort of see in yellow there. That's the yellow line that runs from year to year, and those are comparable to the previous action plan. We note that in 2023, those numbers were reduced due to some deferred revenues from the pandemic, where we weren't able to spend all the monies out, and we have accommodated some of the deferred revenues as well in this program moving forward. The next slide is taking 2024 and moving that forward for consideration for funding by council, and as I mentioned, it's focused on a lot of those activities that we are continuing from the previous 5 years and the successes that we've seen within those programs. And at the tail end of this presentation, I have a couple of highlights of those. We look forward to presenting to council a little bit more detailed on some of the successes there, and providing a report on the 5-year progress of that plan, the implementation of those lake management plans. The next slide we have for you is Lake Dalrymple. And this is the last year of the Lake Dalrymple plan. So this is the year that we close out our monitoring and characterize, write a characterization report and the plan itself. And there's a very involved and engaged Lake Dalrymple working group that have been guiding the process, and they've been tremendous. The next slide we have for you are just some of the highlights that we have from our organization. So I'll just mention 1 or 2 points on each piece briefly, but you have a lot of information there on some of the good work that we're doing as an organization. The one I'll mention here is that we have our very first asset management plan that's been completed. So you'll see that fairly soon. This is our first asset management plan. We haven't been managing our assets in a coordinated way, I would call it. So this is the first asset management plan, and of course with that, as you would know from your own asset management plans, there's some consideration for trying to make sure that the assets are properly managed in future years. We also are, and this is a Category 3 program, is a lot of the special events that we put on. We see that they're extremely popular with the community. We feel there's a great connection with some of the city's strategic plan components, and does support active lifestyles. So we've got a couple of pictures there from our Christmas at Ken Reid and Fall Festival. We had 700 people come out for our Fall Festival about a month ago, and we're looking forward to Christmas at Ken Reid for December 2nd, which is coming up fairly shortly. We generally end up with about 1,000 or more, depending on weather, people come out for that event, and that's part of our strategy as well for having a vision of engaged communities that really love and respect the environment, and part of the way is to get people out there in a family-friendly environment. The next slide, we have a bit of a snapshot on our permitting performance. So this is something that we track on a regular basis, and you'll see there's a couple of measures that we track over time, and so we have on the top graph is an example from month to month of our permitting performance. The lower value is the first step of the application process, and the second is the actual delivery of the permits and the number of times that we hit the guidelines. We did have some resourcing challenges this year, which you can kind of see in the graph there, and we are looking forward to having some even better metrics for next year. On the next slide, I'll just mention that we are seeing some weather patterns that are changing over time, and one of the ways that we're trying to address this and get better information is not only through the upgrade of information, but also engaging other ways of trying to get information and have it useful and engage people in the process. So we have a climate change action group consisting of a number of volunteers that are actually collecting information on their properties across the watershed, and that is then fed back to information in our office, and that helps us to figure out what exactly is happening with some of these changing patterns that we're seeing with more intense rainfall events that are more sophisticated monitoring stations. There are just not enough of them. The next slide I have for you is a couple of monitoring elements and some reporting on it. So the watershed report card is the one I'll focus on here, and it is a CA collaborative across all 36 CAs where everyone rolls up their information on the same timescale, and this is the culmination of that information. It's nice to compare the last 5 years to the 5 years before that and see any trends that are occurring. Next slide is a lot of the in-the-ground work that we are doing. You see some work that's done with the Kawartha Water Fund, and that's the municipally supported projects. You see there's some great numbers there on community grants and tree planting. And equally impressive is actually the 5-year roll-up of those numbers. So So those are, for instance, on the number of grants that are provided, there's 88 different projects that were supported over the last 5 years, and $163,000 rounded out resulted in about $605,000 worth of extra investment from landowners. So people are invested in their properties, want to do great things, and that all helps actually contribute to lake management planning and address some improvements on the landscape that can be made. The next slide, I'll just highlight a very interesting development plan. It's the Iris Grove Rain Garden Plans. It's a development in Bobcaygeon, and the developer has been working with us to integrate low-impact development into the landscaping plans for prospective buyers of their housing. So it's a neat way of helping out some attenuation of flows off the landscape, and also keep some phosphorus on the land. Next slide. And I'll just highlight here that we have a sediment erosion control symposium on December 7th coming up. So it's great for contractors that are interested in sediment erosion control. It is one of the big factors in producing, I can't say weeds, but aquatic plant growth in our lakes and rivers. So the less sediment erosion that there is, the better off our lakes are. And there's a lot of other really interesting work that we're doing. And the next slide that I have for you is an example of sediment and erosion control, sort of on the landscape as it happens. So you might have seen an auto sampler in a previous slide, and that is part of our investigative upstream monitoring, as we call it, for some creeks and rivers. And you see on the bottom there's a couple of Petri dishes, or what they call them, PET bottles, but a couple of plastic bottles, and the auto sampler collects rain collects the runoff during a rain event at different intervals. And so you can see in the middle there that the samples are pretty turbid. That's what we call it when we can't see through it. So it means there's a lot of suspended sediments in there, and so we know that phosphorus binds tightly to soil and soil particles, so that works its way through the streams and ends up in, for instance, in this case, would end up in Lake Scugog and then into Sturgeon Lake. So that would be a contributor for weeds. The more we can reduce runoff that is high in erosion and soil particles being a part of that, then the better off our lakes will be. So those are just a couple of examples of what we're doing. The next slide, which is the last content slide, is we are collecting information, and one of the things that we want to do is share that information. So we have a couple. These are active dashboards. We're working on a number of other ones in order to present that information, so people can actually benefit from that, from the information that we are collecting, and might inform some of their own activities, for instance, and is just some good information to have. So with that, Mr. Mayor and Council, thank you very much for the opportunity to present. We're very supportive of the funding you do provide us, and that results in us being able to make an impact in the community. So thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation. Can I get a motion to receive the presentation? Councillor Warren, Deputy Mayor Richardson, questions and comments for Mr. Marjeski. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, first of all, that's a use of PowerPoint. Phenomenal. Thank you. That's a great way. That's how it should be done. Very clear and concise and flows. Very small question. It's not a big one here, but digitization of records. Is there an end to that, or is it an ongoing thing? It's not a large amount, but when will that be resolved?
Yeah, thank you for that. Yes, it will be resolved in terms of funding for that as time goes on. We're evaluating that as we go on a yearly basis and taking a look at our stock of records, and we want to get all those records in because what it does is it feeds back into our information management system, and that enables us to have greater flexibility both in the field as well as with the new arrangements working remotely, but it's just way faster. So we can access all the records at once, and but yes, there will be a point where that does drop off.
And I understand the value of that.
Yes.
Can you give us a sense of when it'll be caught up and all done?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, that I can't give you at this point in time, but that is a a very good point, and we'll bring that back. We'll get back to you on that.
Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you for coming. I know it's been a challenging year for all conservation authorities, and I think you guys are doing a great job in this difficult time. Can you maybe speak to a little bit of the educational self-generating projects that maybe Christy is involved in?
Sure. Can you give me a little? There's a number of different elements. Could you be a little more?
I'm thinking of some of the forest bathing and education, like how that comes into play. Rentals of space. So there is,
Yep.
Some self-generating funds that come through the Conservation Authority.
Yep, absolutely. In the new framework, there are the Category 1 programs, the mandatory Category 2, which are delivered on behalf of municipality, and Category 3, which are other programs and services. And that comprises about 2.5% of municipal levy. Those are supported almost double by different grants that we receive or different revenue streams. So we leverage those amounts to a large component, to a large degree. And a couple of examples on the education front are Christy is a certified forest bather, I guess you can call it. So that means she goes into the forest, but it's a way of releasing stress, I guess you can say. So there are some, the alternate term for forest bathing is forest therapy. And a lot of, we saw a huge increase in the number of people registering for those sessions, which were funded fully by a sponsor. I think for this past year, it was Ward's Lawyers who sponsored the program. So that's a revenue neutral program. And we like that kind of program because it's a good value for dollar and shows that there's an interest in the community for those. Another example is we have a forest school. It's At Last Forest School that delivers an education program out of our conservation area, and so that is again a fully funded program, and we actually get some revenues from that. So we do try and find every opportunity to do things that bring in some revenues, have a cost neutral but big value to the community and to municipalities. A couple of examples of what we're doing. Those are supported as well as Councillor Warren mentioned by a fee schedule for conservation areas, and we are seeing an increase in events as well at our conservation areas.
I just wanted to stress that, how the Conservation Authority has been able to rise to the challenges of today and find other funding for other programs. So well done. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you. To you, Mr. Mayor, to Mark. Thanks for coming. Just a question on the shoreline restoration. I know that I've seen before, back in 2016, 2017 in Omemee Beach, they planted a lot of species for the shoreline, or the beachfront, and also the community of Lakeview Estates and now the community of Victoria Place. They've embarked on that. Is this more of for the integrity of the shoreline, or is it more for the types of species that are to be planted on the shoreline or beachfronts? I just was wondering about that program, and is it going to be expanded or in the future? Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Ashmore, through you, Mr. Mayor. It is an element that we're always looking for, and so that is an element in the action plan, is to look at implementation and areas where people can see good projects that occur. I know, for instance, the one in Omemee was done because there was some erosion that was identified, and so the solution was to naturalize that area and produce a couple of other solutions for addressing that erosion and runoff that was occurring, and there was also some higher bacteria counts, I believe, as well in the soils. So we're trying to address all those. So when we're doing a project like that, we look at a number of factors. Part of that is what is the issue that might be at hand that needs to be addressed, and then coming up with some solutions to that are accepted by the community as well, which there's always a range of perspectives in a community, and that can be sometimes a difficult thing to find the balance for sure. Invasive species are also one of those ones that we'll look at from a species perspective for those programs.
Thank you. Just a question, Mark, on permitting and permits. I know you had a challenging year and got behind a little bit, and I think I heard you say you feel you have it under control now. So going forward into the new year, we should see permits turned around in more timely manner than they have been?
Yes, that is correct. So when we look at the statistics on that, we find that we're actually comparable to last year, where we had some resourcing challenges as well in that department. So we did have a gap right in our busy season, which made it very, very difficult to deliver on those calc timelines. So we do have a full complement of staff in that department now, which is great, and I'm looking forward to seeing the statistics progress as we go forward. So we should be able to deliver on those. Yes.
Thank you. We have a motion to receive the presentation. All in favor? And that passes. Thank you for coming and presenting this morning, and thank you for all the work you do. Much appreciated, and I think, you know, expanding your horizons with the Christmas idea and with your fall reach out. It's great to get people out to the Conservation Authority and see what you're doing and see what a great place it is. Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah,
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Have a great day. Move on now to item 5.2, which is the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority 2024 budget presentation. And zooming in, we have Rob Baldwin, the Chief Administrative Officer for Lake Simcoe Region. Rob, welcome, and please, whenever you're ready.
Great. Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Pleasure to be here, coming in from Newmarket. I'm also joined by Mark Critch, our Chief Financial Officer. If there's any more challenging financial questions, he certainly is here to help me out. But if we could, is the presentation up on yours? Oh, there we go. Perfect. So we can move right to the next slide, please. So as many are aware, we're a local conservation authority. This is our 73rd year, moving quickly into our 75th anniversary. And certainly the one thing with the Lake Simcoe watershed is certainly we are one of the faster growing areas in Ontario on the doorstep of the GTA. Next slide, please. The Lake Simcoe watershed is roughly 3,400 square kilometers and has 20 municipalities, from the Oak Ridges Moraine in the south to the Oro to the north. And the one thing I'll point out is you'll be able to see on the right side of the map, the area in sort of the purpley blue color is the area of the City of Kawartha Lakes, which falls within our mandated jurisdiction area. But I'll point out the gray area, the Upper Talbot River arm, that sort of is in the northeast corner. I'll discuss on why that is important in this year, especially as we move forward in the 2024 budget. Next slide, please. Mark sort of touched on it, so I won't spend too much time, but 2024 is the big transition year. This is sort of where the last 2 years of working with the province and conservation authorities and as well as municipalities is the year where is the budget transition. That includes the mandatory programs and services, some changes in looking around how apportionment methods are versus, which for us is slightly different. And I'll touch on it a bit more, but we are the only conservation authority in Ontario that has a unique mandatory program around our services and the work we do to support the Lake Simcoe Protection Plan. and how also that rolls into the memorandums of understanding, which I know are included later on in the agenda today for council consideration. So next slide, please. So as Mark touched on, the big change is how the budget in essence is presented or is brought forward with the establishment of mandatory programs and services. And basically the regulations and the legislation outline 3 principal services that are delivered and how they fall out. So category 1 are those mandatory programs such as flood forecasting, and for us, the Lake Simcoe Protection Act. Category 2 are those programs and services that we deliver on behalf of and help our municipal partners, such as they are planning and memorandum on helping on planning and development review on certain aspects. And category 3 are the programs and services that we believe are something that are significant or important to the overall watershed that are led and driven by the Conservation Authority itself. So next slide, please. So new for 2024 really is the apportionment around the Lake Simcoe Protection Act. And there are, the Act outlines very clearly the programs and services that the Conservation Authority is required to provide, support, or participate in to ensure that the Act is administered and implemented required. And it is a slightly different apportionment than the traditional that we have. The apportionment for mandatory programs is basically what they call the modified current value assessment, which is a value provided to us by the government of Ontario, which outlines basically a distribution of percentage, in essence, how we break down the percentage of who gets charged what. And the Lake Simcoe one has a slightly different one. And the unique part of that is on that, the city of Orillia for the first time is also included in that, but also the Upper Talbot arm of the city of Kawartha Lakes, that portion that falls within the Lake Simcoe Protection Act, is included as part of a specific Lake Simcoe Protection Act levy, and that is what is unique to us and is the substantial change for our authority for the 2024 budget. But the one thing it does with the mandatory programs and the use of these sort of standard apportionment methods is it brings equity across our watershed. The same, in essence, calculation is applied equally across all the municipalities for the first time, and it brings a real standardized, equitable sense of funding and program support that is equal to all municipalities. So next slide, please. So this is just a quick table. I won't spend a lot of time, but it just outlines by program what are the methodology of do they fall under, whether it's the Lake Simcoe Protection Act apportionment or this traditional, which is the same for, that would be for Kawartha Conservation or Autonomy or Ganaraska. So this just gives you an idea of what program area falls with under which of the apportionment methods. Next slide. Mark touched on it as well. Is new for 2024 is the establishment of the memorandums of understanding on the programs and services we provide that are outside the mandatory. And across every municipality, we have a different suite of memorandums or agreements already exist. So this process, the standardized MOU, is a requirement under the legislation that basically provides language between us and the municipality on how to implement programs that are non-mandatory. And these MOUs really have been developed in consultation with all our municipal funding partners, and they are to be basically approved and used on a term of council that can be revisited, but allows us flexibility during the year to add in programs or services that either we are requesting or ones that the municipality may come to us. An example is we are doing quite a bit of stormwater inspection and maintenance on behalf of our municipal partners, and those projects come and go depending on their capital and monitoring budgets, so we can add them in at any time as that work is required. Next slide, please. So transformation is our strategic plan. We are in the middle year of our strategic plan, and there are basically 5 primary areas of focus. The first is championing watershed health and climate resilience. Second is driving the evidence-based decision-making, which is more on the planning and the regulation side. Third is sparking a passion for action and for nature. That is really focused in on our education and outreach programs. Fourth is, of course, organizational effectiveness and excellence, making sure that we operate in an efficient and lean manner and provide great service. And the last is nurturing our people and talent, and how do we support and have a great team and ensure that we can meet all the above to assist our municipal partners. Slide. So our 2024 budget highlights, there's really three areas. One is we're certainly transitioning with transparency. We've been out meeting with all our municipal partners over the last 6-7 months on these transition changes. This sort of this switch from the budget we've seen in the past to this new version for 2024. We're implementing and continuing on with our strategic plan, and our overall spending increase is below the inflationary rates we are seeing across the nation, and specifically in Ontario. Next slide. So the overall levy increase is 2%. This was approved as a part of a board assumption package by the board of directors in the spring. And it just is, we're trying to ensure that we keep within the inflationary funding envelopes of our municipal partners. And this table just breaks down the overall levy by our funders and what it looks like. And the one thing you'll note on the very bottom, you'll see Aurelia has a apportionment for the first time associated with the Lake Simcoe Protection Act deliverables. And we are still in ongoing discussions and working with, hopefully with Aurelia, to bring them in formally as a full member of the authority. So we actually will encompass the entire watershed. And I joke with Aurelia to say that, they are the downstream municipality. All the work of the others benefits them the greatest. So we are hoping to bring them in and have them established as a full member, and using this opportunity of transition as a vehicle to do that. Next slide, please. This just is give you an example of the general distribution of the levy costs. As you can see, York Region is by far our largest funder, hovering around 65%, followed by Barrie and Durham and Bradford as our bigger funders. And you can see Kawartha Lakes is following just under 0.5% of our overall levy share. So just gives you a bit of context of where you at Kawartha Lakes fall within our overall budget with our other municipal partners in the watershed. Next slide, please. So the big change is this move, as I mentioned, from our traditional budget process, which we've seen in the past, we're using operating, special levy, and special operating, into these new categories of Category 1, the mandatory programs that every CA in Ontario provides. The one that's unique to us is the services that we provide under the Lake Simcoe Protection one, what we call Category 1 LSPP. Category 2 of those programs that we assist in facilitating work to support our municipalities. And Category 3 is the ones that the CA is interested in leading. And for us, our only Category 3 program is our education program, which we believe is vital and critical to our future generations. But the difference is, because of the Lake Simcoe Protection Plan, the change and levy from 2023-24 is a substantial change because of the program requirements of the province of Ontario to deliver the LSPP. The regular budget is only as a routine 2%. It's basically a status quo budget transition, but the distribution of the Lake Simcoe Protection Plan costs in the past, it had not been equitable, and this is bringing equitable distribution. And because of the Upper Talbot arm, which is that area is not as designated as a jurisdictional area of the Conservation Authority, that is what drives the dollar change between 2023 and 2024. The next slide, please. So the overall 2024 investment before you today is a $59,000 investment. In the mandatory programs, Category 1 is $20,000. The LSPP, which includes the Upper Talbot arm, is at $35,000, and Categories 2 and 3 are 2 and 1, to a total of $59,000. And this is just a general breakdown of where those costs fall. So next slide, please. So moving forward, as we are here today, we're in the budget process. And this is sort of represents the last, I would call, giant check mark of the transition over the last 2 years. There are several deliverables that are required, such as a land inventory and a watershed resource management strategy. But the budget transition is really the big one, to land in essence this plane and get this resolved through 2024, and allows us to move forward in a sustainable manner. Our asset management financial strategy is nearing completion. Our strat plan is well underway. And sort of a bit of a schedule, our draft budget will be made public, the formal overall budget, in the last quarter, and will be tabled in the first quarter of 2024. So with that, Mr. Mayor and members of council, I thank you for the opportunity and be glad to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Councillor Smeaton, you have a question?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, you mentioned the only programming for Category 3 that you have is your outreach education, more or less, program. Do you have, Councillor Warren mentioned to our Conservation Authority some of the self-funded initiatives that happen here that we happen to be aware of, sitting on that Conservation Authority and not sitting on yours. Do you have similar programming at all that is to help offset costs that comes from similar types of programs?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Our program is, the bulk of the funding for our program does come from our partnership agreements with school boards. That's like the primary. We have agreements right now currently with the Simcoe and York Public and Catholic school boards. We also have a variety of other programs such as forest schools, therapy in the woods, outreach programs. We also do one-on-one requests from schools across the watershed. So a school in Uxbridge or our area, City Port the Lakes, they can ask and they can do it as a one-off. You don't have to have a formal board level agreement. So, and plus other programs, we do a lot of weekend programming to look at both target not only adults but other and scouting programs and that. So the cost of our overall program is the municipal portion is a small piece of the overall budget, and the critical part of the municipal contribution is when we look at trying to achieve full cost recovery. To get to that, to go to the schools is prohibitive and would actually get to the point where school boards will not participate because it becomes limiting and they have to start asking for fees from the individual families. And our goal is to try to keep that program at that base level so that we don't discriminate by people that may not be able to afford to send their kid to a school program. So, and also our foundation supports our education program in the tune of approximately $100,000 annually as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. Just a quick question. Many years ago, the Lake Management Plan, which I guess it's evolved into the Lake Simcoe Protection Act, does the province still fund any part of that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. The province still has I guess lack of a better terms, a secretariat role. They still have a coordinating committee and a science committee, and they do have dedicated, I think they have about 3 staff dedicated to the Lake Simcoe file. They do fund directly. We receive somewhere in the neighborhood of annually between $400,000 to $600,000 annually as well to do specific projects on behalf of the province. The biggest one is we are the agency responsible for developing the phosphorus load annually for the lake. So depending on the year and the projects and the funding available, they fund us. And our primary agreements around monitoring they support in 3-year increments, which is nice. It allows us to be a little more understand our budget, and then so they are still committed to that. We continue to seek more, and we are in discussions with them as well as to expand a couple programs. And the one that excites us the most is that as of next the federal fiscal, the Lake Simcoe Cleanup Fund, or the new version under the Freshwater Action Plan, will bring a significant investment of federal dollars, primarily targeted at lake restoration, but hopefully also support some of the science programs.
Thank you. Just a question, and I'm relying on my rather poor memory here, but I think a couple of years ago, you had some involvement with Lake Mitchell and Canal Lake, and I'm trying to remember the issue. I can't remember whether it was phosphorus loading or whether it was invasive species. Can you tell me the status of those lakes and if there are issues there?
Yes, through you, Mr. We have been involved in, to some degree, on probably a variety, some on the aquatic invasive species, something we're tracking as well through that system and through the Kawarthas with our partners. Phosphorus loads is a big one, as that upper arm is a big contributor to the lake. So we track phosphorus loads in much more detail than we did in the past, and that they are suffering the similar fate of Lake Simcoe with increased phosphorus loads. So I think this transition change allows us more flexibility than we've had in the past to work in the Upper Talbot and the Canal and Mitchell area, which is something that we're looking forward to working with our partners on. The same challenges that are there are the same challenges that we're facing in Lake Simcoe. And hopefully this will begin to allow us to bring even some opportunities to bring restoration dollars and more advanced monitoring to those areas. But the challenges are the same as we're experiencing. But this brings a bit more, this transition and the mandatory programs, it brings a bit more validity to our role in that with the province finally sort of establishing that is a key part of our business area.
So I'm taking it from your comments, it's not getting better, but you're hopeful it's not going to get any worse?
I would say it's probably the status quo. The invasive species is the big one. The big one is we're tracking the movement, or in essence, sounds awful, the migration of a specific plant called the starry stonewort. It's an aggressive invasive aquatic plant that has really caused some, we're trying to understand the direct impacts to Lake Simcoe because it's a very variable plant, but we're seeing it spread across into Canal, into other areas, and what does that mean? And also the big issue is what's going on. But the one thing we're trying to also resolve is a bit more analysis into the quagga zebra mussel issue. We know we have a pretty good handle on it in Lake Simcoe, but we need to get a better handle on it in the Canal and in that area, the Upper Talbot, to understand the impact. So I don't think anything's getting worse. I think we're kind of at a status quo. The same with Lake Simcoe. It's really driven by climatic variability is really what's driving it. So that is the area where a lot of our focus is this change, and it's really into the weeds, but this change in nutrient dynamics that's occurring across all the Kawartha and Southern and Great Lakes. So it's an area that we certainly are one of the leading agencies in the province on right now, and hopefully, I think with the changes, I think we can hopefully begin to see some improvement. But I would say status quo is probably the best state I could offer right now.
Thank you. We do. We have one. Okay, can I get a mover and seconder? Councillor Warren, seconded Councillor Joyce. Any other questions, comments? No? All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you so much for coming this morning and presenting, and good luck to you going forward. And we'll be dealing with the MOU shortly. Thanks.
Thank you.
Moving on in our agenda to item 5.3, which is the Otonabee Conservation 2024 budget presentation. Ms. Janet Lovey-Smith, Chief Administrative Officer, Secretary Treasurer, Otonabee Conservation. Welcome, and thank you for coming, and whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and Council, and I'm very happy to be here this morning. Last year when I presented, I was doing it virtually, so I really wanted to make sure that I was able to come in person. I also do really want to acknowledge and thank your great staff who have helped four of us to walk through this process, which is a lot in terms of things. So an opportunity to present our budget. And so while my colleagues have also given an overview of the many programs and services and also spoke around the legislation, I really just took the opportunity to focus on our budget process. And I'm really happy to come back at another time and present our year end, our 2023 year end, and also talk about our upcoming strategic plan that the board will be looking at in December. In terms of things. So really focused, all of the key messages that my colleagues delivered still apply to autonomy conservation. So I won't go through all of those things again. So next slide, please. So just for context, this is the Autonomy Conservation Watershed. And we have over 10,000 hectares lands acres that we manage, and we have 8 member municipalities, which obviously Kawartha Lakes is one of those 8. Next slide, please. And our board members, we have 8 municipalities and 11 board members. And you can see there, and we're very thankful to have Councillor Ashmore on our board. Very keen and dedicated, and also want to recognize, especially in the context of the transition plans and the Category 3 cost apportionment agreements, Deputy Mayor Richardson, who also played a role in her former role on the board in terms of approving those processes. So next slide, please. So our budget was, I presented our budget at our October board meeting, and the board has approved it, and it's in this 30-day circulation right now. So we have, again, 3.2% tax levy increase, which represents $44,717 across 8 municipalities. So just to give you a little bit of scale to our former past presentation there. We've also increased our fees at 2%, is what the board approved. And through our budgeting process, we also took an opportunity. We spent a lot of time at a staff level analyzing all of our expenditures, all of our revenue streams, and we've right-sized some of those revenue streams. As an example, many of us saw an increase in our planning and permitting fees throughout the past 3 years, mostly related to the pandemic. And so we took an opportunity to understand what are our realistic revenue streams going forward, in part to ensure that our budgeting process is accurate, but also our in-year financial reporting is also more accurate. We have also seen an increase in insurance and utility costs. This is nothing that's unique to conservation authorities. And we also had an opportunity to look at some of our unsecured external funding. And in the past, Autonomy Conservation has drawn on reserves. So we looked at those, understood our needs, understood our financial planning, and really tried to eliminate that risk. The board each year approves performance objectives, and we report on them quarterly to the board, and we are meeting all of our objectives, and by the end of this year we'll have them completed. So happy to report on that. Next slide, please. So this is a small slide. It is in your package, but it is, again, speaking to my colleagues' presentations, this is an element of how the legislation needs to be broken out, again, in its context. So our total budget at Autonomy Conservation is $3.2 million, and that takes into consideration the levy, but also our external funds. And you can also see where we have broken out in our budgeting format the various program areas and the categories, and then the Category 1 expenses and revenues, and the Category 3 expenses and revenues. We operate 3 campgrounds. New to this year is an addition in the township of Selwyn, and those 3 campgrounds really do offset the levy significantly. We do see a lot of, so the 2 significant ones are in the city of Peterborough, and then the other one is in Selwyn Township that we operate. So next slide, please. There is no, for our capital budget, the board had made some changes. We do have a modest capital budget this year of $105,000, but there is no levy, municipal levy attached to that. The board made the decision to use some forecasted surplus from this year and also to fund that. These are a little bit of the projects that we are doing. Where we received some significant FedDev grant money the last 2 years, and so we wanted to be able to finish up some of those construction projects and trail enhancements. We also have kicked off, or we will be kicking off in the end of November, Giving Tuesday. We have a capital campaign that's been very successful in the past couple of years, where we name a project, capital work, and a scope, and we do some fundraising for that. And in this case, we want to be able to complete some work at Haroldstown Conservation Area. And we've also, you can hear that our asset management planning is in various stages across the 4 CAs. For us, we do have an extensive inventory. That inventory has not been really updated in some time. So we're taking that work actually now in the month of November, and we are doing condition assessments on all of our assets. And we're looking to have a draft plan brought forward in the first quarter of 2024. So it really would be our first comprehensive asset management plan with condition assessments attached to our assets. The next slide, please. And so a little bit around the apportionments, just sort of understanding how that 3.2 does play out. So again, I do have what 2023 tax levy was for the city of Kawartha Lakes, what the 2024 Kawartha Lakes, so again, 3.2. And then how our cost apportionments, so we're realizing that this is on the agenda for your deliberation next, is broken out. So again, the cost apportionments for category 3 for the city of Kawartha Lakes is $268. And I just want to, next slide, please. I just wanted to highlight. So in Tonabee Conservation's apportionment, the category cost apportionment agreements, we 90%, so how we've calculated that, it's category 1 and general operating. This was actually a formula that was approved in 2022 by the board, and now we're seeing it roll out. And so in this case, it's up to 3%, but no more than 3% is what the board approved. And so when we do break this out, 98% of it is category 1 and 2% is category 3 of costs for us. And I believe that's it, Mr. Mayor and Council. Again, I kept it very focused on the budget. We are the board has scheduled to have final deliberations on December the 14th, which is our next board meeting. And I'm happy to be here and happy to answer any questions that you might have. And I'm hoping that you'll have me back again so that I can talk about some of the programs and services that we have, along with our strategic plan.
We'd love to have you back sometime to speak to those things. Can I get a motion to receive the presentation? Councillor Perry, Councillor Ashmore. Questions? Councillor Warren.
For you, Mr. Mayor, thank you for coming. Great presentation. As Councillor Smeaton asked the previous presenter, can you also talk to some self-generating projects that you have?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so to the councillors, certainly. So for Tonabee Conservation, a lot of our significant self-generating revenue is focused on our campgrounds, the two that I referenced, the City of Peterborough and Selwyn Township. And we also do have a campground in one of our conservation authorities at Warsaw Caves. So those generate a lot of our external self-generating revenues. We also do have some programs and services related to category 3. So our tree planting that we do seek out grants, and we've been very successful in the past, and we're looking to continue to do that. We also do have some sponsorships, some corporate sponsorships that have made some donations to those. So we're looking to continue to that. In fact, at the October board meeting, one of the things that the board did discuss that I had presented was around developing a financial strategy, a financial sustainable strategy for the organization. It would be the first, and but then also a fundraising strategy. And so those two documents, those two strategies are going to be coming forward in 2024.
Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Janet, thanks for coming today, and I certainly enjoy being on the committee. A couple of things I just wanted to point out is that, you know, this Conservation Authority, they're really innovative, and they look at ways of raising money internally, like the campgrounds, which is great, and the new one in Lakefield as well, and which is great. Like we maybe look at this Conservation Authority as how to raise money internally and be maybe not quite as self-sufficient on the benefiting municipalities that encompass the area of their Conservation Authority. The other thing I find interesting is that we're kind of a decentralized Conservation Authority, whereby we don't have we used to have a board room where we would meet all the time, but now that's staff work there that do the work that they need to do, and we rotate our meetings. We go to different locations. Like, for example, I believe it was in June, we went to Hiawatha First Nation. That was great, a great meeting there, and then we move around, we rotate. Could you maybe just sort of explain to everyone, like, why we've embarked on that and why it's such a great thing to do?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So thank you, Councillor Ashmore. It was in part to necessity in terms of things. So when the staff started to come back from working remotely, we needed to actually use the boardroom space to actually accommodate enough space to allow for staff in that boardroom. The second part is it really does, the board did have actually a couple of conversations with respect to getting out into the watershed and doing some visits, having their meetings out there. And so this was an opportunity to go to Hiawatha. It was really well received. And I know that there's more site visits and in board meetings. So we've been using board meetings. Perhaps we'll come here as well. That would be great. And we really do appreciate it because it's been a good balance for everybody in terms of things. So we have some meetings that are hybrid and some meetings that are in person. And that's where the board ended up in terms of balancing things.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no more questions, we have a mover and a seconder. All in favor? Thank you. Thank you for coming today, and thank you for all your innovation and your work on our behalf. We appreciate it. We're going to move on. We'll move on to item 6.1, which is the Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Kawartha Lakes and applicable conservation authorities. So I need a motion that the Memorandums of Understanding between the City of Kawartha Lakes and applicable conservation authorities be received, and that Council authorize staff to execute a Memorandum of Understanding with the Ganaraska, Kawartha, Lake Simcoe, and Autonomy Region Conservation Authorities for the delivery of municipally requested services, and that staff be authorized to enter into and sign any such procurement agreements as may be necessary for the delivery of municipally requested services as needed. I have a mover and seconder. Deputy Mayor Richardson, Councillor Warren. Comments or questions? Did you want to speak to it?
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just wanted to give a quick summary and talk about process. So I had, along with Mark, presented to council back in August, and so this is sort of now the follow-up to that. And when we presented back in August, we introduced council to all the changes in legislation regarding the Conservation Authorities Act, with the largest, most applicable that we're really discussing today being on the categories. So I'll just go through those quickly. So the Category 1 services are mandatory. Category 2 services are requested by or delivered on behalf of the municipality. And then Category 3 services are other programs and services that would be important to the Conservation Authority. And so we are currently in that transition period right now, which I think was alluded to, where we are signing and getting ready those MOUs, and that due date then is January 1st of 2024 when those will come in. I would just note from the staff perspective, it's critical that conservation authorities are able to continue to provide many of these services as the city does benefit from them. So I'll give an example on each, the Category 3 and Category 2. Both of them will be from the KRCA. So Category 3 service provided by the KRCA includes the local groundwater monitoring. The description I'll just read is local shallow groundwater monitoring is conducted at 4 sites for the purpose of understanding local groundwater in response to weather conditions. The city has many residents, obviously, who rely on local groundwater within their principal residence, and we want to obviously make sure moving forward that that water is continued to be both sustainable, healthy, as well as good quality for residents. Regarding a Category 2 service that the KRCA also provides is the Lake Management Plan implementation, and I think Mark had alluded to it, but the description reads as follows again. Ongoing monitoring activities as part of the lake management plans and implementation of those plans includes implementation of activities across City of Kawartha Lakes and Durham region. The activities would include water quality sampling, water level monitoring, aquatic vegetation monitoring, near-shore monitoring, and sediment and erosion control measures. So if we're really looking at that, what they're looking for is phosphorus and nitrogen levels as part of that, and that obviously has key ecological impacts to the city, especially regarding things like algae blooms and zones of low oxygen, which is troublesome for aquatic life. So a little bit more now into the process. So the conservation authorities obviously have drafted MOUs. Those are all, the drafts are included within the report that we have provided to council. Each of these are between 4 to 5 years right now. There's renewal and cancellation policies. The categories, as I'd alluded to, are in there, as well as the financial implications. And so looking at the resolution in front of council right now, this is going to allow staff to essentially execute those MOUs with each conservation authority moving forward, and based on the report that we have provided. So I'll just note that as defined in Ontario Reg 402/22 under the Conservation Authorities Act, the conservation authorities may reallocate a maximum of 3% of the apportioned value the city is required to pay for general expenses for, if we call Category 1 being mandatory, and they can use the 3% for Category 3 programs and services which are advisable from them. And so staff are right now finalizing our consideration of if there are any other services and programs we would recommend to council to pursue, which would then be executed by the Conservation Authority for Category 2 services specifically. So there may be a minimal increase in the cost apportionment moving forward, but any increase would be dealt with at a future council meeting based on the services we would recommend. I'll just note the current estimated draft costing is as follows, and this has been touched upon, and as the GRCA had just, ORCA had just noted, it's very much in flux for some of these conservation authorities still as they're going through their process, but the GRCA was $103 operating levy for Category 3 programs and services, which represents 3% of just under $3,500 in the municipal levy for 2024. The KRCA, it was just over $31,000 operating levy for Category 3 programs and services, which is 3% of just over $1 million municipal levy for 2024. The LSRCA was close to $1,600 operating levy for Category 3 programs and services, which is 3% of about $54,000 municipal levy in 2024, and the RCA was just under $300 as the operating levy for Category 3 programs and services, which is 3% of about $9,500 municipal levy for 2024. So that's really what I wanted to cover. Happy to take any questions regarding the report or the resolution on the floor.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for the update on the MOUs, and I've had the privilege of sitting on 3 of the conservations that do affect the city of Kawartha Lakes. And I know when, the province introduced those sweeping changes, 36 conservations were having to redefine how they did business through those categories. And I think one of those new responsibilities was shifted onto the municipalities when it came to those natural hazards and those natural resources. So I think at this time, this juncture, it's very critical that we enter into these MOUs because they are the experts, and we need those experts for us to continue with our planning applications and whatnot. Do you feel, moving this way, it's probably the best setup for the city when it comes to those critical partnerships?
Yeah, I think, first of all, we don't have a choice on the Category 1. Obviously, those are mandatory. The Category 3, we've alluded to in the past presentations already that there is definitely value there. Regarding the Category 2, that's really going to be up to what council values and what council wants to budget for moving forward. As staff, all we can do is recommend that to you, and ultimately you'll make that decision on what you see as valuable.
Great, thank you. And like I said, it is about partnerships and, moving business forward. So thanks very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, too. Just a question. As far as the sort of trying to get a hold of both sides' opinion on this, or what is the current government's opinion that right now? Is this something that, because of the legislation that's coming in the first of the year, that it will streamline the ability of conservation authorities to do their job? Or like what I'm asking for is people ask about fairness and equity, and whether you're a large developer who have the resources to basically do what they can through MZOs or whatever, and they're approved, and you have a retired farmer who can't get a lot because they're dealing with this all the time, and the regulations and the frustration. Will this make it easier for those folks who have been working all these years trying to get some to a point where we've got some sort of streamlined application process and fairness and equity to everybody, regardless of their size, when they come to apply and work with conservation authorities? Does this change anything, these memorandums of understandings?
Yeah, so I can't speak to the what the province is thinking. I wouldn't feel comfortable saying and speaking on their behalf. What I would say is my understanding is these different services may feed into the applications and do some of the background work behind that, but directly, it's my understanding that they don't deal directly with that process that you are talking about.
Okay, I'm trying to get both sides of the story, and that's all. And I'm not getting the other side. Although there's no issue with the work that we're doing with conservation authorities. Very accountable. They come here. For example, with such a small amount of money that they're requesting, and we have other agencies like education that don't even come here. But that's another story. But I commend them for coming. All the conservation authorities do great work, and we all work hard. But the thing is, we have to explain it to people why we're doing these changes, and why, if some elected officials higher up from us say that we're trying to streamline the process, but we want to basically keep it the same. Is that basically where we're going right now? We want to keep it the same as it is?
I'll let Richard speak more to your concerns there.
Through the mayor to the councillor. So as Max indicated, I think if some of the questions should probably be directed to the province. I think that the province has tried to sort of scope what the conservation authority's responsibilities are. Obviously, they've limited to their core responsibilities. From a streamlining perspective, the city now has to look at the other components of, say, environmental impacts that are beyond what the Conservation Authority's new scope mandate is now. So to talk about streamlining, I'm not sure that it's necessarily streamlined the process in that sense. Whereas before we would have sent an environmental impact study to the Conservation Authority and received fulsome comments, we now have to look at the part of the environmental impact that's beyond what the Conservation Authority is responsible for reviewing. We have to send that out. We have to review that ourselves. So send that out to a third party now. So I hope that answers the question. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a mover and seconder for the motion. Thank you, Max. Appreciate it. All in favor? And that passes. Let's take 15 minutes till 10:30, and when we come back, we'll continue on. Okay, I'll call the meeting back to order. Item 7 on the agenda is correspondence from agencies and boards. Item 7.1, the 2024 annual billing statement for Kawartha Lakes OPP. Tim Tatchell, Detachment Commander, Kawartha Lakes OPP. That the correspondence from Tim Tatchell, Detachment Commander, for the Kawartha Lakes OPP regarding the 2024 annual billing statement for the Kawartha Lakes OPP be received. Need a mover and seconder. Deputy Mayor Richardson, Councillor Perry. All in favor? Thank you. That's done. Next we have 2024 budget for the Ganaraska Region Conservation Authority. Linda J. La Liberté, Chief Administrative Officer, Secretary Treasurer, Ganaraska Conservation Authority, that the correspondence for the Ganaraska Region Conservation Authority regarding the 2024 budget for the Ganaraska Region Conservation Authority be received. Mover and seconder, Councillor McDonald, Councillor Joyce, all in favor, and that's passed. We'll continue on with our budget presentations, and we have item 8.1.
So that they were doing the presentation and then we submit correspondence. Is there a motion? Just receive. Correspondence for VOM to be received.
Where is it?
So, it was a deputation, it's not added to the agenda, we added it on the fly.
So I'll do it as what, correspondence? It's item 8.5.
So it's the correspondence.
Yep. Also need a mover and seconder to receive the correspondence from the Victoria Order of Nurses, Davina Wong, regarding the 2024 budget for VON Ontario branch. Councillor Ashmore and seconder, Councillor Warren, all in favor, and that's passed. Now we'll move on to item 8.1, Kawartha Lakes Library 2024 budget presentation. And we have Mr. Jamie Anderson with us. And whenever you're ready, Jamie, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Next slide, please. Hello, and thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, for the opportunity today to present the library's proposed 2024 budget. For those of you who may not know me, I am Jamie Anderson, CEO, Library Director for the Kawartha Lakes Public Library. While I'm speaking to you by myself up here today, I do want to acknowledge Carolyn Danes, who obviously is the City Treasurer, as well as wears the hat of Library Treasurer. Additionally, the Library Board Chair, Sue Ferguson, was unable to be here today as she's recuperating from knee surgery. Next slide, please. This is the Carnegie wing of the Lindsay branch. This is one of the oldest still active Carnegie libraries in Canada. Next slide, please. A quick overview of the library itself. We are made up of 14 branches throughout the city. We have in the north, Dalton and Kinmount are our furthest northern branches. In the south, we have Little Britain and Bethany as the furthest southern branches. We are open to the public 339 hours a week. That's roughly 17,500 hours per year. We have 9 full-time staff, 35 part-time staff. That is a full-time equivalency of 26.4 staff. In 2022, we welcomed about 140,000 visitors to our branches, another 400,000 virtual visitors to our website, various social media platforms and electronic resources. Altogether, we had over 500,000 interactions with patrons last year. Next slide, please. 2023 highlights. We've convened a new library board in February. We launched a new strategic plan covering the years of 2023 to 2025. This will have a focus on building and supporting our libraries as community hubs. We opened the new Bob Cajun Library branch. We expanded public hours in Dalton and Norland branches, and we successfully launched our Library of Things. But most importantly was our best year ever for library programming attendance. Next slide, please. Here's a quick photograph of the Bob Cajun Library if you've not had a chance to visit the branch yet. Bob Cajun had its official grand opening in January of 2023. Many of you were in attendance. We have, in the first 9 months of 2023, so January through September, we have branch visits are up 49% over our 2019 numbers. 2019, we welcomed 16,500 people to the Bob Cajun branch for the first 9 months. This year, we have welcomed 24,600 people to the branch. More importantly, we're seeing attendance out of the library programs and events are up 400% since 2019 at the Bob Cajun branch. Additionally, new cards being issued are up 75% over 2019. These are people who've never had a library card or membership with us before. So these are brand new users to the library system. Next slide, please. 2023 saw our performance indicators continue to climb out of the hole caused by COVID. Circulation and branch visits are close to our pre-COVID levels, and in some cases actually even higher. But we've seen phenomenal growth in program attendance in 2022 and 2023. In 2023, we are on target to actually increase our library programming attendance by 50% over 2019. 2019 was our best year for library programming attendance pre-COVID. Just under 24,000 people attended programs. 2022, we saw that increase to 22% in programming attendance over 2019, at just under 29,000 people. And in the first 9 months of 2023, we have already surpassed our 2022 numbers. We are at the end of September, we were at 31,700 people attending a library program. As I mentioned, we are on track to see an increase of 50% in programming attendance over 2019 numbers. This growth in programming numbers and attendance is something we are seeing province-wide. It's not just a Kawartha Lakes phenomenon. It's across all libraries in Ontario we're seeing this. Next slide, please. So library programming would entail things such as what you would normally think of as story time and any sort of school activities for children, but it also will include programs such as using various pieces of technology. This may be for adults or for children, as well as various community events and things like that. Programming is highly valued by the residents of Kawartha Lakes. When recently surveyed for our new strategic plan, residents ranked programming a close second behind our actual physical book collection. 27% of residents ranked our collection as the most important service we offer, followed closely by our programs that we offer at 26%. Residents indicated this with their attendance at our library programs on a per capita basis. In 2014, we went from 18% of residents attending a library program. In 2019, we got that number up above 31%. By 22, we got that number to 36.5%. And this year, we're on target to hit 45% of residents per capita attending a library program. But staffing, but staffing-wise, we are at capacity and we require additional staff to keep up with this growing demand from residents for library programs. Next slide, please. The value of library programming goes beyond just increased attendance. It has an impact on the lives of our users and program participants. We're seeing a growing and changing social needs in our community. Library programs address social isolation in our communities, help foster a stronger sense of community, all while allowing participants to gain new knowledge. Parents whose children were registered in Summer Reading Club this year were surveyed. 98% of the parents surveyed indicated that their child maintained or increased their reading skills because of participating in the Summer Reading Club program. Our library program truly is a community benefit for all. Next slide, please. Here's a couple of quick photographs. One of a child programming one of our little robots. On the other side is a balloon animal story time. I think that was from the spring of this year. Next slide, please. 2024 priorities. We are looking to expand programming and services to meet the increased demand from the community, but without additional staff, we are at capacity. We'll also be working with the city on the Coboconk renovations, as well as working with the city to expand the Fenelon Falls Library to include the adult education side of the building as well. And then the continued promotion of library branches as community hubs. We are the face of the city in many of our communities. As with many other city departments, we are facing budgetary pressures in 2024. The need for increased investment in attracting and retaining staff. We're seeing inflationary pressures on our materials and electronic resources. There's an increase in staff training requirements, changing demographics of our library users, and just the overall population growth of this throughout, not just throughout the city, but especially in the three largest communities of Bobcaygeon, Fenelon Falls, and Lindsay. Next slide, please. Here's another quick photograph. This is one of our 16 programs where we partnered with city departments last year, police, fire services, paramedics, and public works. Public works was able to arrange for a snow plows at a couple of branches, as well as Miller Waste to bring a garbage truck. These 16 events attracted over 400 adults and children to find out more about how the city works and operates. Next slide, please. Onto the budget itself. Our expected revenues for 2024 remain about the same as 2023 at $272,533. We have right-sized our user fees budget and our donations other revenues budget better to reflect actuals from the previous few years. I just want to point out within the grants budget line there, we receive an annual operating grant from the province of about $174,000. This amount has remained unchanged since it was introduced in 1992 and is the only provincial funding the library receives. Next slide, please. On to expenditures. Wages and benefits make up about 70% of our budget. As I mentioned earlier, we are in need of adding additional staff to deal with demand. We are looking to add 3 additional full-time positions in 2024. An additional area coordinator, this would bring our area coordinators up to 3 from 2. A programming specialist and a marketing assistant, as well as some additional part-time hours. These 3 positions will increase the wages budget by about $160,000. The remaining additional $63,000 are cost of living wage increases. Library operations, we have found some additional savings in our library operations budget to reduce this in 2024 to about $188,700. I do want to point out also the security budget line there. We have required a security guard service at the Lindsay branch since 2021. This is an expense of about $40,000 a year. Prior to 2024, this was budgeted under city operations and has been moved over to the library's budget line starting in 2024. Collections, we will be seeing an inflationary increase in our collections budget next year. This will rise by about $12,500 to $412,900. Rents and leases, these are the lease agreements for the Omemee and Dunsford libraries, and they will remain close to 2023 costs, coming in at about $55,000 for the 2 branches. Electronic resources, this is our digital library and databases, which include things such as language learning, training videos, legal information, and online magazines. We'll see an inflationary increase here as well of about $6,000, bringing this budget line up to, $118,525. Part of this increase is due to the fact that several resources are billed in US dollars, so we are at the mercy of the exchange rate on the day that the bill is paid. And then finally, other expenses, this line will be zeroed out in 2024. This was an interdepartmental cost for the use of a city vehicle during the summer months for Summer Reading Club. We will be staffing that program differently in 2024 and will not be making use of the vehicle and thus not need the funds. Overall, we are looking at an increase to our expenditures in 2024. Our overall expenditures are estimated to be increasing by $278,624, of which $223,803 are made up of wages. The total expenditure budget for 2024 is expected to be $2,743,382. Next slide, please. A quick recap overview of the budget. As indicated in the budget book, the library's net budget request for 2024 is $2,340,456. This is an increase of $223,803. As in past years, the library has indicated that we will access funds in the library reserve totaling up to this in 2024 up to $130,393 to offset non-wage related increases in the budget. As much of the current library reserve total is from savings and wages gapping during the pandemic years, the $223,803 increase could also be covered for 2024 from the reserve funds as well. Next slide, please. Several issues that these new positions will address: the increased demand for programming from our residents, the increased need for staff training, the loss of local media, growing population, and the changing demographics of library users. As I've mentioned earlier, we are looking to add 3 new full-time positions, plus some additional part-time hours. This would bring our full-time equivalents up to 29.7 staff. The 3 full-time positions are very much focused on the growing demand and increased programming from our residents. The growth in population in Bobcaygeon, Fenelon, and Lindsay, coupled with the growth in use of the Bobcaygeon Library itself, there is now very much a need for an additional area coordinator position. The programming specialist would work with the area coordinator to design and implement system-wide programming. The way we've been able to deal with the growing demand over the last couple of years is to design system-wide programs. So instead of having to reinvent the wheel for every 14 branches, we essentially create programs in a box. These can be moved around, and everything that a staff person would require at a branch to set up that program is ready to go. And then finally, the third position, which we kind of tied together in these other 2 new positions, is the marketing assistant, who would look after developing promotional materials, program guides, as well as maintain our website and social media channels. Next slide, please. Thank you, and take any questions if you.
Thank you. Let's get a motion to receive the presentation. Councillor Joyce, Councillor Warren, and I have a couple of questions here. Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you. Great presentation. Thank you, CEO Anderson. And it's good to see, the growth, and I'm sure it has a lot to do with your programming changes. Just a couple quick questions. You had mentioned seeing that change in demographics. Do you want to flesh that out a little bit more?
We are one of the, the downtown areas where people can congregate at no cost. So we are seeing that effect. That has led to the requirement of the security guard. But we're also just seeing more and more people coming in to make use of especially the Lindsay branch for longer periods of time. So they're coming in at 10 o'clock. They're not causing problems or anything like that. They're making use of the resources, but they're staying 4, 5, 6 hours. So it's just, we've seen an influx over the last few years of people who are suffering from homelessness, making use of the library more as a resource, as a kind of a safe haven in the community.
Thank you, and I thanks for that honest answer. Another quick question is, I'm a big proponent when in our smaller rural communities, libraries offering more municipal services as well. I was just wondering, can you just explain some of those services that we do have in place right now? Where you think we should continue to grow?
So right now at all library branches, a person could come in and buy a new dog tag, could buy a large item garbage tag. At most of the branches, I think except for Lindsay, they can make use and grab, get a recycling bin, things like that. So they can take care of a lot of kind of the day-to-day city services. Currently, right now, person couldn't come in and pay their taxes at Bethany, sadly, but that's something that we could look at in the future.
Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, great presentation, Jamie. Just a question. Are you going to do the strat plan in-house, or are you going to go through another?
We will do like we did this last one, which was in-house, and so the next one will also be done in-house as
Great.
well.
I just want to say you've done a great job since you've been with the city, and the whole system has really improved.
Thank you very much.
Kudos to you and your board and everybody who works.
And staff, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, if you could, the stat of getting to 45% of residents using programming is a big wow. And congratulations.
Thank you.
Can you, just for the benefit of everybody watching, just expand the value of this programming to the community as a whole, the people that use these programs?
One of the biggest things that we've seen, especially from parents, is seeing the need to help socialize their children. And this is a big one, especially with the story times, is just getting children in and interacting with each other again. We try as much as possible to make programs that are screen-free. So this gives another kind of reason for people, whether they're adults or whether it's the children, to kind of turn off that screen, turn off that monitor, and just actually interact in the now with the people around them. Libraries can, we do a wide variety of services with regards to with programming. One of the most important things, I think, is just allowing people, it's a safe space to come in and talk to each other. We don't require you to buy a coffee to sit down, and you can hash out the day's news between each other across the table, and there's no cost to that, to the person.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. In the 1992 since 1992 provincial funding, have you seen any indication from the province of that eventually increasing someday?
No.
No, okay. 1992.
1992, 30 years.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Jamie, thanks for the presentation. Have we ever looked into other sources of funds like sponsors and also the Legacy Trust Fund? Is that something that we may be able to tap into, because it is a non-profit type of organization and it's really important in these libraries? But for example, the Lindsay or the Bobcaygeon Library, to tap into new sources of revenue. I know things are tight, but has that ever been looked at?
We have looked at it somewhat. What I do hope to do in 2024 is to develop a giving plan for the community so that we can actually have a package that we can give somebody when a loved one's passed away, or when they're actually just planning their own estate if they want to give back to the library and the community.
That's great. Thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Warren, did you?
Just for you, we talked about that in the last term when I was sitting on the library board. So I think that's great going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a mover and seconder. All in favor? And that passes. Thank you for coming this morning. Thank you for your presentation. And obviously, thank you for everything that your library staff do in the community. You never have to sell me on the value of a library. Thank you. Moving on, next up we have Kawartha Lakes Halliburton Housing Corporation 2024 budget presentation. Kirsten Maxwell, Chief Executive Officer, Kawartha Lakes Halliburton Housing Corporation. Welcome, Kirsten, and whenever you're ready.
All right, good morning, thank you. I am Kirsten Maxwell, CEO of the Kawartha Lakes Halliburton Housing Corporation. With me this morning to welcome Cheryl Faber, Director, there she is, Director of Human Services Department with the city. Carolyn Daines, who is, in addition to being the city and the library treasurer, is also KLH's treasurer. Also, our management team here with us today are Don Quibel, our manager of property and buildings, and Kendra Fleetwood, who is our new program supervisor on the tenant services side of things. Also on the management team are Shelley Smith, our manager of tenant services, and Jason Gillison, our supervisor of capital projects. So first, Mr. Mayor and Council, I want to thank you for your time today and recognize that Mayor Elmsley was on the KLH board in the previous term of council. And also want to recognize councillors who are currently on our board, Councillors Yo and Councillor Perry. Thank you all for your service, KLH. So next slide, please. So my remarks today will be in 4 core areas. I'll start just sharing a few key facts about KLH Housing Corporation, then highlight our 2023 accomplishments, and we'll look ahead at our focus areas for 2024, and finally finish with our municipal subsidy request for 2024. So next slide, please. So KLH is the city and the county's local housing corporation as defined by the Housing Services Act. We are a separate corporation incorporated under the Corporations Act, but the city is our sole shareholder and full owner. There's an agreement with the county for the 124 units that KLH operates in the county. All 27 KLH staff, including me, are city employees in the Human Services Department, and we work very closely with Human Services staff. Our operations come under the authority of the Human Housing Services Division as our housing services manager under provincial regulations. And a significant part of that authority is directed by provincial legislation, policy, and various funding program requirements. However, within these confines, day-to-day operations of KLH have been delegated to the CEO role and are independent of the city. In 2024, with the addition of 46 new units in our new Hamilton Street project that's expected to be completed in May or June, KLH will manage 829 homes within our 27 communities. And the communities are from Omemee through Lindsay, Fenland Falls, Bobcaygeon, Minden, all the way to Halliburton. And the replacement value of our entire portfolio is about $255 million. For 72% of our homes, the tenants pay rent that is geared to their income, generally referred to as RGI. That does create challenges because most of them are in receipt of social assistance. And as Cheryl noted when she presented the Human Services Department budget on Tuesday, rates have not increased since 2018. The remainder of our units are a mix of different types of affordable housing, including some rent subsidies. Some are referred to as market rent, but they are still more affordable than true market rents in the private market. Over the last 10 years, KLH has increased the number of homes in our portfolio by 22%, but a lot of the rest of the stock is between about 30 and 50 years old. And I'll talk a little later about focus in the next couple of years on life cycle repair and replacement work. Our mandate is primarily to be a landlord and provide lower cost housing for those who need it. But because some of our tenants have other needs as well, some fairly high and complex needs, and given our commitment to helping the city to achieve its housing goals, we do a lot more than would be called for with a strictly landlord role. Next slide, please. So noted in the late spring, so our accomplishments, or select accomplishments from 2023, most of the construction has been going on through this year on the 48 new units in the Ada Graves project. Through 2023, both on our own and as part of the Human Services Department, we've done a lot of work on strengthening the staff team and the organization as a whole. We've achieved significant components of our people strategy. Staff development and culture change have been a primary focus. And we've made a lot of progress on backing up the skills needed for vital positions. We've almost completed aligning people, positions, and documents to the realities of the current work. Been a very strong focus on staff wellness and safety, improved hiring practices, improved our training protocols, and again, focused with particular attention on wellness and safety. I am incredibly proud of the whole KLH team, what they do every day for the community, how they pull together when things get tough, and unfortunately, tough things do happen all too frequently. And this year in May, we tragically lost a team member. We're also blessed with a highly engaged board with a range of very helpful expertise. The team this year has been continually adjusting our processes as time allows and at times as issues demand. And I'm really grateful for the staff's commitment to continually making things better for our tenants and our partners. And I'm really impressed with their innovative thinking and their ability to use adversity as a launching pad for positive change. We have resumed some community development activities, such as community meetings and events, and KLH hosts many of the multi-agency community service outreach events that, again, Cheryl referred to on Tuesday, which was initiated by the Housing Services team. And finally, we've secured up to $5 million from the CMHC repair program for building life cycle repairs and replacements, which will extend the life of the buildings, increase energy efficiency, and improve accessibility. Council will be hearing more about that program in a report to be brought to Council later in November. Next slide, please. So looking forward to 2024, first and foremost, we need to continue working to stabilize our operations. As Cheryl noted on Tuesday in her presentation of the Human Services Department budget, Society and Mr. Anderson spoke about just recently in the context of the library operations. Societal issues continue to be a significant challenge for KLH as an organization, our tenants, their guests, and our staff. We have little control over many of the factors that impact our operations and unfortunately our budget. In spite of our optimism for post-pandemic recovery, the opioid epidemic, issues with other substances, mental health crises, poverty, food insecurity, and so on have not improved, but instead have gone in the wrong direction. And some new challenges have arisen. We're regularly faced with new situations that require very new solutions. We're very much looking forward to the prospects of the new multi-agency hub to better serve residents with high and complex needs. It won't solve all of the problems, but it will be a huge step forward and will fill a big service gap. There aren't a large number of residents with very high needs, but because of the lack of appropriate response in a number of systems, they do have an outsized impact on others. Sort of along similar vein as the hub, a 2-bedroom unit recently became vacant in our 111 William property. Normally that would be a family unit, but at the moment that's not really the best place for a family. So instead we're taking the opportunity to convert it to an office that will overlook the entrance, help control entry, and enable KLH staff to be on site considerable amount of time, as well as other agency staff, and provide space to enable direct service delivery right in the building. So we're really optimistic that the presence of our staff in the community will, over time, really change the climate of the community and invite more people to engage with services than they're able to access easily right now. This community still needs 24/7 fully supportive housing for those in our community with the highest and more complex needs. KLH has tenants who do require this level of care. As I said, there aren't many, but we are challenged still to manage some of the communities as a result. We also see challenges in the policing world on a regular basis and the impacts on our staff. The KLPH, RPS, and OPP are doing everything within their power that they can, but like many other systems, the legislation and the restrictions that they're working under make things quite difficult. And we see that every day in the impacts on our residents and very much on our staff. And I'll note that it often isn't tenants who cause the biggest problems, but it is typically guests, I use that term loosely, but others who prey on vulnerable tenants. And for ourselves, a lot of our challenges are around the Landlord-Tenant Board backlogs and tenancy legislation, which limit our ability to solve issues in our communities. So ONFA, the Ontario Nonprofit Housing Association, recently commissioned research interviewing a number of housing provider CEOs across Ontario. And there is remarkable congruence. So we are not alone in the challenges that we face now. So our top priorities and theirs for some time will be stabilizing our operations. We have made great progress and we continue to adapt, but it feels a lot of the times like we're rebuilding the plane while it's mid-flight and in the midst of a hurricane. We have to take time to stop and recognize how far we've come and what we have accomplished. We're continuing to increase our attention to risk management. One of the sort of newly arising concerns is sort of pending challenges with the whole sector for insurance. KLH is in a relatively good position, but we have to manage our risk well to remain that way. And a big part of our challenge, again, that came up as part of the library presentation, is the mismatch between the amount of control versus the amount of funding from the upper levels of government. The province retains tight control over most aspects of housing provider operations and also financial parameters, but contributes relatively little funding. In 2024, we're going to continue our focus on strengthening the team, which includes focus on health and safety, but also team development and capacity building, and including addressing the toll that this kind of work can have on individuals. Other key words for the year include efficiency of time, money, and energy, information. We need better data collection, management, and analysis to inform decisions, and also communication and service. Regarding development, we are challenged with the financial viability of our 2 other active projects that are almost ready for construction. Murray Street in Fenelon Falls, which is a 30-unit project, as well as the Gull River project in Minden, which is 35 units. With significantly increased construction as well as operating costs, and perhaps most significantly interest rates, the previous model of financing construction of affordable housing through break-even operating budgets simply no longer works. Debenture is not enough to make projects viable. And fortunately, in spite of what you may have heard in the news about housing programs from the federal and provincial governments, at this point, there hasn't yet been significant enough positive change to make a big difference in pro formas. I'm very hopeful that something may change following the mayor's comments about recent conversations with federal and provincial representatives. So both Gull River and Murray Street, pending financial situation changes, will be ready to start construction in the spring. We are hopeful that there is a financial solution that arises. But while we're waiting for these projects, we will focus the same staffing skills on the investments of improving lifespan of our communities, the energy efficiency, and accessibility repairs. Next slide, please. So best for last. KLH's 2024 municipal subsidy request is found on page 278 of your budget book. The operating budget increase is substantial at a total of $604,000. $135,000 of that is the county's portion, based on cost-sharing formula agreed upon some time ago. This chart shows the relative contributions of the numerous increased costs on the overall $604,000 operating subsidy increase. So starting on the top left with security costs. Sorry, I lost my place. Actually, I will come back to that in a second. The capital subsidy increase this year is minimal at $4,778. And I just want to note that this is the second increase after 5 years of 0% municipal operating subsidy increases. With the changes that have happened around us, though our fundamental mandate hasn't changed, almost every aspect of what is involved in accomplishing that has. And I want to assure you that this and last year's budgets are not the start of an ongoing trend. I don't think of them as incremental increases from a stable past, but more a recalibration or a reset of our operations, sort of in light of the new world that we're working within. And overall, they're a result of overall increased costs, the substantial increase in the needs and challenges of those we serve, the catch-up after 5 years of following behind to maintain those 0% subsidy increases. And they also reflect the withdrawal of provincial pandemic funding that we relied on through the pandemic for the increased costs that we were seeing then. Costs are still higher, but with one notable exception I will mention in a minute, the provincial funds are not. So now starting at the top of the pie are the costs of security. This year, actually most of the costs of security, we currently have security 24/7 at 68 Lindsay Street North, and that is being offset for the most part by provincial funding this year. But we also have security patrols to our other communities that we're able to mobilize and increase and decrease as needed, depending on what is going on. At the moment, we have 2 guards through the night at 111 William, but the hope is that that will be on a temporary basis only. And at the moment, we also have other communities asking for security. Right in the lighter blue is sort of overall portion of the increase due to the addition of the 46 units. And the largest chunk is increases in staffing and various other administration costs. We have included 3 new positions, which are primarily focused on reducing our risks. One brand new position created is a compliance officer, and that position will focus on legal matters, including all of our LTB hearings and processes. Not only are the timelines much longer, but the requirements for evidence and so on are considerably increased over prior years. That position will also focus on arrears, which have increased quite significantly in recent years. You'll also see the lime green piece of the pie there, bad debts, at 6% of the overall increase. There has been a steady increase since about 2018, and we are very aggressive in doing our best to recover them. But again, the long time periods of the landlord-tenant board make that quite difficult. We also have 2 new positions on facilities and maintenance team. One is a crew lead, which will provide much needed leadership, more leadership in the field, as well as an additional staff person to take up additional workload. That's due to bringing some of the work of move-outs in-house. By doing that and to rearranging what contractors do, we've been able to take much more control over the cost of repairs and so on for move-outs. This portion also reflects general staffing and other operating increases to our training budget, and increased funds for staff to support communities and provide programming in communities. In particular, the increased cost of food has quite a large effect on that, because every event that we do involves food, and our tenants, many more tenants, are facing increasing food security. They're looking to us for some support. Around the bottom of the pie, again, is the arrears. Again, we are making considerable progress, but that is a challenge largely due to the OMB. In terms of insurance, there has been an increase, but the increase that you see there is largely more due to budgeting than a significant increase year over year. Other providers, last year, just within the last minutes or the last months before budget changes, our private sector insurance provider decided that they were no longer going to insure housing providers, and it left many, many providers scrambling. We found a home with cooperators, which has been a really good partnership. The Housing Services Corporation also has a sort of collective purchasing program for insurance. We have, Kawartha Lakes Housing has never, well, at least in recent years, has not found that to be the best option. But those who have are facing a 25 to 35% increase in insurance costs this year. One of the big benefits to us of cooperators is that they have a specific nonprofit product that guarantees only a 5% premium increase year over year, which is very, very helpful. This year, property taxes, which we do pay, are at 4 million. And overall, that comprises 49% of our total subsidy request. And in past years, we have used our operating reserve to offset some of the municipal subsidy increase, but we're not seeing likely hopes of replenishing that in future, and it is getting a little on the uncomfortably low side, so we're not proposing to use funds from operating reserve this year to help offset operating costs. So, next slide. So, KLH, like many others, do face many challenges and frustrations right now. And I think with our incredible team, the rest of the Human Services Department, an amazing board, several new members, and our partners, the closest of which, of course, is the city. And with such a supportive council, I know that we're going to accomplish really great things for the community. So thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors and others for your time today.
Thank you, Kirsten, and thank you to your team. And I think we're all aware of the struggles that your group is faced with, and we'll see what we can do to help out as best we can. I have a mover and seconder to receive that, Councillor Perry, Councillor McDonald, and questions. Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, thank you, through Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much today for your presentation, and to all your staff for such a challenging job you're faced with. I have a couple questions here on the Hamilton building of how many apartments there are, and I don't know if you'll know that off by heart or whatever, but how many at market rent and how many are rent geared to income?
There are 46 units overall. I don't have the specifics in terms of the number of rent geared to income. Actually, that's not entirely true. 16 of the units are essentially being funded through the previous sale of some of our single and semi units. So we are required to replace the rent geared to income in the community, and that is a total of 16. There are 8 units that are also required to be affordable under provincial funding, which is essentially 80% of CMHC average market rent. And the remaining is still to be determined based on sort of where we land finally with the funding and interest rates and financing, so on. Those would generally be the market units.
Thank you. And how do you choose who gets these apartments?
That depends on the units. So the rent geared to income units, we're required to house people from the centralized wait list that is maintained by the Housing Services Division. It's a chronological list with certain priorities as well. So that all of the rent geared to income units will come from that list. We have a little bit more flexibility with the others, but we also have a commitment to the city, who have provided funding and fee waivers and so on, that as much as possible we take tenants from that list as well as the homelessness by name list. And there is also a separate waiting list for market units.
Thank you for that. And are we trying to have that building work as a break-even project?
We are trying. At the moment, with current interest rates, that's difficult. So we're still looking for capital and support from upper levels of government and exploring what CMHC can do for us in terms of lower financing costs.
Okay, thank you, and keep up the good work.
Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for your presentation. Just a couple of questions. Good news about Murray Street. I'm just wondering what triggers the need for housing. I look at Bob Cajun, being the councillor from there, remembering when housing was downloaded to the municipality, and 123 Need was actually a retirement building that was run by the province. And then when they took over, it had to be mixed. So that right off the bat was a difficult change. So going forward, I was always told, oh, you know, the city doesn't own land in Bobcaygeon, it's difficult to develop a housing project. So what would trigger that need? There's more need in Fenelon Falls than Bobcaygeon? That would be the question. And is that a possibility going forward? There's a couple big buildings that are just sitting vacant in Bobcaygeon, which could be housing that is already there and has been sitting there for years and years and years on North Street. So I know that's a multifaceted question, but thank you.
Thank you. In terms of overall need of housing, Housing Services maintains sort of the more recent data on sort of population statistics and need for particular levels of affordability of housing. That's somewhat separate from a decision about where we would do a new project. Largely, that's dependent on the availability of land and an appropriate site. Don may know a little more about those vacant buildings, but I'm certainly interested in exploring potential opportunities there. With the Gull River Minden project, that came about as a private sector developer essentially offered us the land and a partnership to build there. So we are always looking for land and looking for new opportunities. That's generally been the biggest constraint, at least to get a project started, and the funding, down the road.
Councillor Smeaton.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. Just a quick question. Yesterday, the Human Services, it was explained how Halliburton, not being in our municipality, but how that fits in with an agreement. And so that was great. And I just wondered what the Gull River project is. So does Minden fall into the same Human Services, what was explained yesterday in Human Services, or is it similar?
Yes, Minden being part of the county is part of that same arrangement with the county.
Thank you. Just new learning for me. Thanks.
Director Faber, did you wish to weigh in?
Yes, if I could, through you, maybe to the last two questions, and through to Councillor Smeaton. Yes, that falls under the Consolidated Municipal Service Manager role that we are legislated for, including Halliburton, of which, as Kirsten said, by legislation, the Housing Corporation also is kind of included in that umbrella. And through to Councillor Warren, as Kirsten said, land is one component, and it's about a 5 to 6% overall piece of the pie. The biggest thing right now is capital. We need capital monies right now to even build and entertain development of new affordable housing units. Without capital, it's hard to build, let alone if we do not have that and have to rely on debenture. The operating model just does not work. So how do you sustain them? So it's one thing to get them built, and I think as Councillor McDonald was asking around the kind of the model at 46 at Hamilton Street, it comes down to capital right now just because of the inflationary pressures and the cost of construction to build. So that's clear no matter where you're going to put affordable housing right now.
Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, my question, if you can expand and elaborate on the additional hire of the compliance manager. We're under a lot of pressures. If you can just flesh that out, where would the corporation be if we didn't hire a compliance manager? Where is the risk and problems that come from that?
Okay, thank you. Yes, it's compliance officer position. Until at the moment, all the management of all of the landlord-tenant board processes, arrears, agreements with for repayment plans, and so on, rests with a sort of administrative tenant placement position. We are lucky in that we do have someone with expertise as a paralegal. At the moment, we're taking advantage of that expertise. It's not, a stated part of the position. There's been a change in the landlord-tenant board in the amount and the level of sort of sophistication of the evidence that's required for a successful case. A lot more negotiation. And that has in the past rested within a tenant services program supervisor position, but it's far too much for that position. Our arrears have grown since 2018 from about 20,000 write-off a year, and now we're estimating about 124,000. That we have already put considerable additional attention to that. We're being more aggressive in terms of repayment plans and so on. But legislatively, we are really hamstrung, and everything depends on the landlord and tenant board hearings. So having someone who's able to focus on that, also to update our bylaws and policies and do sort of research and sort of learn any new practices that could be helpful, will rest with that new position. In terms of what happens if we are not able to add that position, we won't be able to sort of move ahead with increased sophistication, and I think it will impact our success and the speed that we're able to resolve both the rear situations and to a somewhat lesser extent tenant landlord-tenant board actions. I couldn't give you a figure for sort of what that may cost in the end, but I do think there would be some financial impacts as well. I think it's a fairly big piece of the risk, and it takes what now is a partial administrative position plus bits and pieces of other positions and puts them in the hands of one person with full responsibility for that and that alone.
Thank you.
Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, to Kirsten. Thanks for your presentation. It was brought up, I think it was Councillor Warren brought it up about, previously we had dedicated residences that were for seniors and then they were converted to general age population. When did this start, and does the city have the ability to, say, for example, build a new seniors residence with just seniors, or is it when you have a new facility, how do you base the criteria on tenant who would be the tenants in these properties? Like we talk about security, and security, we need, it's a given, like they need security, and the people who are getting that security, they feel safer. Unfortunately, it's something we have to have, and it's growing, not just in Lindsay or Omemee, but other areas. But what are your thoughts on that? Whether we can go back, I guess, for lack of better words, go back to where we were and where we never had these issues, and how do we rethink this?
I try to wave my magic wand every morning in the hopes that we can go back, but it's not working very well, unfortunately. There's so many factors at play. But I absolutely hear you on that. In terms of the seniors housing, I think one hand it would be theoretically possible to build a seniors only building. Some organizations do that. That's their mandate. But I think KLH's relationship with the city and the wait list, people are waiting 10, some even 14 years on the wait list. We take a lot of our direction of who a project needs to serve based on those who are on the list, and based on sort of the broad city needs. So while it's certainly theoretically possible, and if we were able to build a lot more, certainly we could set aside units or buildings for specific groups of people. That, to be honest, it would be difficult to justify doing that at this point.
Thank you.
We have a motion to receive the deputation. All in favor? And that passes. Thank you very much for coming, and again, we know what you're going through, and we sympathize, and, you know, it's not a strategy, but hopefully we can make some headway in 2024. Thanks. Next up, we have Kawartha Lakes Police Service, Chief Mark Mitchell, and the police from the Police Services Board. We have Ms. Wanda Percival, and I'll let the chief introduce the staff he has brought with him. Whenever you're ready, Chief.
Apologies. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of council. As you mentioned, I do have our board chair, Wanda Percival, here with me this morning, as well as my financial information officer, Ms. Leah Ray. And I will turn it over to our board chair to lead you through the first part of our presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Mitchell, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to the police services budget this morning. Our first slide after the introduction is the operational budget with capital, and I'd just like to address a few of the items. The first line, the police grants, it's a total of $176,086. And our primary area is our community safety and policing grant, which helps to offset our community response unit staffing costs. And if you look down to the police administration, this includes the addition of a new full-time information technology or IT person. And this is also the category where the capital budget is captured, and applying $311,000 in contingency reserve funding as compared to $350,000 in 2023. This represents a 24% increase. Our police operations, this is our largest budget line. All officer salaries and benefits, uniforms, and equipment costs. And this will add 2 additional officers in 2024 and bring our officer complement to 45 members. For the first time, WSIB, this is a new budget line in 2024, and we've separated those costs out of the police operations budget line so that we can track those figures with greater accuracy and so that when we can staff vacant positions. Our records, clerk administration, and communications, there's an addition of a part-time, coverage in records department to accommodate increased workload. And we've doubled daytime supplemental coverage in communications from 4 hours to 8 hours per day to provide adequate staffing during peak call volume periods. Correctional institutional unit, this is generally rated expense and provides for the equivalent of 2 full-time officer salaries. Court security, the cost for providing security at the Lindsay Courthouse is partly offset by the province, and through that program, we received $614,465 in 2023. And court security is also a generally rated expense. 911 operations, the cost for providing primary service answering point, or PSAP, for all 911 calls in Kawartha Lakes. And the NG 911 calls in Kawartha Lakes, will change the way 911 services are provided. We are working with the City Corporate Services Division on this project and have also applied for provincial funding. Now, in conclusion, with the contingency reserve funding applied and capital included, our total budget for 2024 is a 9.82% increase. And I'd like to turn the remaining presentation over to Chief Mitchell. Thank you.
So we fully recognize that 10% is a big ask of you. And I just wanted to take a few moments to lead you through some of the highlights from a planning session that we conducted with the Police Services Board in April of this year, with the focus of staffing and equipping and providing adequate facilities for the police force into the future. Next slide, please. In 2021, we conducted an operational review of all of our services, which also looked to the future. And if you look on the left hand of that slide, you'll see the population projections from 2 years ago. And based on those projections, our consultants provided what they thought we would need in staffing increases on our uniform side. So you can see in 2025, it called for an additional 4 officers to be added. Those population projections have now changed significantly. And as of April of this year, if you just compare the 2030 numbers, 30,500 a couple of years ago was the projection, and now we're projected at 36,262. And as we fast forward to 2040 and on to 2050, those disparities grow even larger. So we are coming to you with the message that this is a preparation for that increased population growth that we all know is coming to the city. And our capacity to add staff is limited to a certain amount at a time. It takes us a significant investment in time and training resources to onboard new staff and get them to an operational level, and we can only take on so many at a time. Next slide, please. There's been a lot made provincially and nationally about police budgets. They always attract a lot of focus. This is a slide from the province's financial information reporting website, and what you're looking at is salaries, wages, and benefits for police services across for the past number of years for all municipalities in Ontario. And what that shows you is that in the past 10 years, for all municipalities, there's been a 34% increase in police spending in that area, which is by far the largest budget item. Next slide, please. And as we compare that to Kawartha Lakes, over that same 10-year period, there's been a 21% increase in spending. So I recognize that our ask is big, but I think we've been financially responsible when compared to the rest of the province. Next slide, please. We also looked at policing costs across the country, and these are statistics from Stats Canada. The most recent numbers available are from 2018 and 19. Operating expenditures only. The average Canadian paid $423 per person to cover policing expenses across the country. And compare that with in 2023, so this year, our rate is $307 per capita. There are some other expenses. We all contribute to provincial and national, but again, I think it shows you that we are well within or below the average range. And final slide, please. And we also looked at police officer per population ratios, and again, looking at 2022 numbers this time. For Canada, 181 per 100,000 population. In Ontario, it's 173. And for our policing area, we are at 143 per 100,000. I'm not asking to get to the national level. Again, we are meeting our service demands locally. There have been pressures on our staff, and we are looking to prepare for that future influx in population growth locally. And with that said, we are happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. Can I get a motion to receive the presentation? Deputy Mayor Richardson, Councillor Warren. Deputy Mayor Richardson, you have a question for either the chief or the chair.
I do. Thank you very much, through you. And thank you both for the presentation and being very honest. I know I've been keeping an eye on myself, looking at a lot of different budgets that are coming across Ontario, and the police services are all facing that same type of increase. Obviously reacting a lot to population growth. I know this is a heavy ask this year. In your long-term, financial planning, do you see this as an ongoing increase, or do you see this as a more of a proactive instead of reactive, and getting us kick-started as we move to the future of police services in our area?
Thank you very much for the question, through you, Mr. Mayor. I will start by saying it has been my privilege to appear before you for the last 5 years. This will be my last budget presentation to you. So I will refrain from predicting the future, other than to say this is a step as we prepare for that population growth that is going to be concentrated in the Lindsay area. It would be misleading to say that we will not have additional staffing increases in the coming years. But I think that this puts us in a solid position to meet that growth in a well-planned and well-thought-out manner.
Thank you, through you again. And absolutely, I don't disagree with you. And we do have a lot of, we have a lot going on, especially with all our emergency services. And as us sitting around the table, that's one of the things that we're very cognitive of. And, it's brought to us by our residents. And, we live here too. And these are things that we want to address too. So thank you for the presentation.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions here. And you may not be able to answer this, but the frontline officers' salaries average, how would they compare to City of Toronto Police Service?
I don't have the exact figures. I can say with absolute certainty that our frontline officer salaries are lower than Toronto, and I don't want this to come across. They are lower than the provincial average.
Okay, thank you. If we could switch back to your slide that showed the different cost increases and whatnot. Back, more, back, back. There, thank you. I needed that for reference. Thank you. The bottom line, building at almost 12%. I think that's just a one-time increase, is it not, for the renovation that we're doing?
So those are operating expenses. So that includes things like our cleaning. Just bear with me. I know that our budget gets converted into the format that is presented to you, so I'm not completely conversant. But that includes, and this was an arrangement as of, I believe, 3 years ago, where we would assume the operating costs of the facility, and the city would assume the capital costs of maintaining the police building. So that's all your utilities, gas, water, cleaning, fire maintenance, generator maintenance, alarm monitoring, and things of that nature.
Okay, thank you. As everybody's well aware, I zeroed in on these percentages, and it just seemed a bit high. So, and just as a comment, adding frontline officers as our population grows, absolutely. You know, that's recognized immediately. My next question is police administration at an almost 25% increase. That just really jumps out. Can you expand on that, please?
Yes, of course I can. A couple of things. One, that is where our capital is included in that budget line. And you'll see it's compared to, say, police operations, it's a fairly small in comparison, 5.9 million in police operations. Police administration at 620 going to 772. One of the primary reasons for that is the addition of the new information technology person. So adding one staff member in that category is a much bigger percentage increase than adding 2 officers in the police operations line.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thanks for the presentation and your last one. Recruitment's always difficult in all sectors. How is it in policing at this point?
You're absolutely correct. Recruiting has been a challenge. The profession has had a difficult time in the past several years. I would say that locally, we focus on 2 main areas, and that is bringing in experienced officers and hiring brand new recruits and training them. And I strive to maintain a balance in those, bringing in officers from other organizations with different experiences and growing our own talent as well. On the recruit side, we have not experienced a difficulty in attracting candidates. On the experience side, we have noticed a significant ebb and flow in terms of people that are looking to come to our police service.
Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to the chief. Thanks for the presentation, and thank you for your service, Kawartha Lakes Police Service, and everybody who works for the Kawartha Lakes Police Service. Policing is a dangerous job, and we're thankful for you being out there in the community protecting us. Just wondering, I'm sure you have ongoing communication with the OPP. I know that their proposed budget is 1% and we're 9%. Is there any way of cooperating with different programs to share programs with the OPP? I'm sure we're always looking at it, but is there anything new that's been developing that maybe we could help with efficiencies with OPP?
I would say that our relationship with the OPP is unique because of the status of our municipality. We have a very close relationship with them. For example, they assisted us in the conclusion of an investigation at one of the housing units that Ms. Maxwell was referring to a moment ago at about 1 o'clock this morning. And we were able to conclude that investigation with their assistance. So we quite regularly cooperate with them, particularly on the community services and education side, but we're always looking for those opportunities.
Thanks. One of the things is that you do have a lot in common with OPP because you do cover a big rural area in Ops Township as well. And likewise, OPP, they have a significant urban component when they look after Bobcaygeon, Fenelon Falls, Omemee, and other places. So they're very similar in a way. But anyways, I just wanted to thank you there and appreciate that.
Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And through you, just in reference to the almost 10% ask, I had a question, I think, for Manager Daines, Director Daines, if maybe this would be a good time just to explain the area rating piece to this puzzle. I would be correct that Kawartha Lakes Police Services is an area rated service, correct? So a smaller tax base drawing from?
Through you to the counselor. Yes, Kawartha Lakes Police Service and OPP have separate area rates. So the residents of Lindsay and Ops pay for the Kawartha Lakes Police Service, and the residents of all other communities in Kawartha Lakes pays for OPP.
Thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you through you, Mayor, and thank you, Chief Mitchell, for all the work that you've done. I got a question. Do you see any officers after they're being trained leaving to different areas for more money? Do you see anything like that coming in the future, or is it, or have you lost any officers to different areas because of maybe they can make more money in different areas?
Like any service, we see staffing departures from time to time. We do strive to sit down with those members and explore the reasons for that and learn from that. Thus far, the members that have left have not indicated a financial component to that. In most cases, it was a return to their home community or an opportunity to work closer to where they're currently residing. There are some agencies, primarily in Western Canada, that are offering financial incentives to attract experienced officers. We have started to see that in Ontario. It is not something that I am proposing that we entertain at this time. We are able to attract the staff, both experienced and on the recruit side, that we need.
Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just a comment. I was just talking to Sarah about being an area like Toronto or whatever, the housing is more expensive, that, you know, people having to go from the GTA and transit. So we have a lot to offer through lifestyle. So just a comment. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you for coming this morning. We have a motion to receive. All in favor? And that passes. And thank you, Chief, for taking the time and being flexible. And Wanda, thank you as well for being flexible and moving up the presentation for the day. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you.
We're going to break for lunch and come back at 1 o'clock, and I believe lunch is served
Purchasing boardroom.
in the purchasing boardroom. Okay? So I'll see you at 1 o'clock. Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. It's 1 o'clock. Continuing with the presentations from our partner agencies, we'll start off this afternoon with Dr. Natalie Bocking, Medical Officer of Health, and she will be presenting the Haliburton Kawartha Pine Ridge District Health Unit 2024 budget. Whenever you're ready, Dr. Bocking.
Speak button. That might be a bit better. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks very much for allowing us to come and speak and talk a little bit about public health, the role of the health unit, and then what we are looking at for our 2024 budget. So my name is Natalie Bocking. I'm the Medical Officer of Health and CEO with Haliburton Kawartha Pine Ridge District Health Unit. I have been with the organization 2 and a bit years. I actually live in CKL. My husband's a full-time farmer, and so have the opportunity to fully enjoy all that CKL has to offer. I'm joined today by Matthew Vrooman, who is joining us virtually. He is our Director of Corporate Services, joined us about 5 months ago, and so still learning the ropes of all the ins and outs of the joy of public health and budgeting. Next slide, please. I'm going to cover briefly a reminder, kind of really, what is public health? What is a health unit? What do we do? And then looking at really some of the parameters and considerations for the development of our 2024 budget, and then looking specifically at the CKL funding contribution to our budget. Next slide, please. So public health is a vast field, and really we can say that almost everything is public health if we're looking at its infinite mandate, but really it's about preventing illness, preventing disease, promoting health, and protecting the population from health hazards. We work upstream, which means that we're trying to keep people out of primary care, out of hospital, out of emergency departments, and we know that investments in that upstream work actually pay dividends later on in preventing people from accessing acute care. We also work to decrease health inequities across the population, and sometimes that means focusing on those parts of the community that are more marginalized or are experiencing a disproportionate burden of poor health outcomes. Next slide, please. So our core functions: communicable disease control, so that's outbreak management, immunizations, vaccine preventable diseases. Environmental health are things like inspections, so food safety, water safety, health hazards. Health promotion, you'll think about chronic disease prevention, injury prevention, substance use prevention, harm reduction. Population health assessment and surveillance, things like community health summaries, our data dashboards that are on our website, things like our respiratory infections dashboard, opioid overdose dashboard, and then emergency preparedness. Obviously, we've just lived through collectively a public health emergency globally, and part of our role in public health is preparing for hopefully not any soon future pandemics or other public health emergencies. Next slide, please. So the health unit, our vision: healthy people, healthy communities, and we work with partners to improve the health of people in our communities. Next slide, please. Our programs and services are guided by the Ontario Public Health Standards. So this is provincial legislation that then refers to standards developed by the province that outlines the minimum requirements of health units. Following those standards, we have protocols and guidelines. So the work that we do is fairly scripted in terms of the minimum requirements, but we do ensure that programs are tailored to meet local need. And we do that by examining health trends locally, and we work with our partners to ensure that we're meeting those needs. Next slide, please. So this is just a look at the organization. We have 4 divisions. Foundational standards is really the underlying work that ensures our programs are functioning effectively, looking at data, using research and evaluation, program planning, et cetera, to ensure we're offering the right programs to the right people. Health promotion, I spoke to some of the programs earlier that might be included, but also includes things like healthy babies, healthy children, healthy growth and development, oral health, school health, mental health promotion are some of the ones I hadn't mentioned previously. Our Health Protection Division has elements of enforcement. We think about food safety. You can think about food premise inspections. We think about water safety, pool inspections, spa inspections, personal service setting inspections, infection prevention and control, infectious diseases, sexual health clinics, immunization clinics, and then lots and lots of work actually behind the scenes in terms of vaccine storage and handling. All vaccines that go to primary care offices actually come to the health unit first, and we're responsible for that inventory and then distributing it out across our primary care system. And then we have our corporate services side, which ensures that we are actually operating, and we have a building and we have lights, et cetera, to ensure all of the work. Next slide, please. We do have our strategic plan. The Board of Health voted to extend our strategic plan by 1 year. Last year it was previously 2019 to 2023. We obviously lost about 2 years of opportunity to implement that strat plan throughout the pandemic, and we felt that the objectives of the strategic plan and the values were still highly relevant as we came out of the pandemic, and that a lot of work that happened during the pandemic actually strengthened the strat plan and was highly relevant, especially in the areas of lead and partner. Next slide, please. So in terms of our budget development for 2024, we'd have a couple of priority public health areas. Now, it's always challenging to choose one or two public health topic focuses to say these are the priority, because they're all important. All of the work is valued. The ones that are listed here, so I've included childhood school-based immunization catch-up. We know that during the pandemic, many immunizations did not happen. The Immunization School Pupils Act was not enforced for 3 years. There were many children that weren't able to access routine vaccinations through primary care. And this has been identified as a provincial priority through the Chief Medical Officer of Health. In addition, emergency preparedness, which we include climate adaptation with that, and with the emergence of more and more extreme weather events, so assisting our communities in terms of the health impacts of climate and what we can be doing to prepare and mitigate the health impacts into the future. And then the third is the drug poisoning crisis, or harmful substance use. So we have seen opioid overdose increase dramatically nationally, provincially, as well as across HKPR, increase throughout the pandemic, have come back down slightly, but are still certainly much higher than we saw pre-pandemic. So this is, you may have seen media articles with the need to, especially among youth, looking at substance use and the risk of opioid overdose deaths, really quite significant right now. And so we have said that will continue to be a priority area for the health unit as we look at that. Obviously, our ongoing strategic plan work, and then as much as we like to think that COVID has disappeared, it is still here and will still be here, and we know there's a number of other emerging infectious diseases, including tick-borne diseases, that as a result of climate change will become more of an issue as we move into the future. So next slide, please. So my apologies, this is a busy slide. I wanted to give a bit of a historical picture of budget and expenditures since 2018. You'll notice at the very top is a percent increase levy, and that is the levy that has been increased, levy that has been sent to our obligated municipalities. So each year CKL has had either a 2% or 10% or 0% increase to the levy and the contribution that you make to our budget. The CKL's contribution is the darkish green. Second from the top is CKL's contribution to the overall budget of the health unit. The bottom part of each bar is the base provincial contribution, and the section just above that is one-time funding contributions from the province. Between 2021 and 2023, you'll see a gray section, which is essentially the one-time COVID contributions from the province during the pandemic to respond to the COVID Just prior to the pandemic, the government had made changes to funding to public health, which essentially amounted to cuts to public health. And so going into the pandemic, we were already quite stretched. Throughout the pandemic, we used COVID one-time funding essentially to help offset some of our operational pressures that we were already experiencing prior to the pandemic. Next slide, please. So important contextual piece related to our budget planning for 2024. You may or may not be aware of the provincial announcement that was made at the Association of Municipalities of Ontario conference in August. So this announcement, titled Strengthening Public Health, had three main components to it. The first related to funding, which has been described as more stable funding through the return to the funding formula, so looking at what the funding formula was in 2019, as well as a 1% increase to the provincial base budget annually from 2024 to 2026. The second component is a review of the standards, so looking at what's actually in the standards to refine, clarify, and strengthen local public health roles and responsibilities. And then the third is support for voluntary mergers of local public health agencies. And that is really very strong direction was given to boards of health for small to medium-sized health units to consider voluntarily merging. And to somewhat incentivize this, the province has created a 3-year merger support fund to support that. You may or may not recall in 2019, the province had a similar approach that was called modernizing public health, but at that time, it was not an incentivization approach. It was more of a stick approach that said we are going to go from 34 health units down to 10 regional public health entities. That obviously was scrapped as the pandemic started, and health units were obviously preoccupied a little bit. So this is the announcement that was made in August, and this is very important contextually in terms of our 2024 budget development. So next slide, please. So the first piece in terms of what does that mean for our actual funding in 2024? So the province has been providing a grant annually since that announcement that they're now putting back into our base funding, and they've set a 1% increase. So part of that reversion back to the previous formula doesn't actually account for all of the funding that was changed, and partly that was lost in 2019 to 2020. It also doesn't incorporate any new permanent funding for the ongoing program expectations for COVID-19 response, and it doesn't account for any inflationary pressures that have been experienced societally for the last 5 to 6 years. So if you go to the next slide, this is a similar chart which has removed the COVID one-time funding. It's also removed provincial funding for the Ontario Seniors Dental Program, which is funding that we essentially flow through to other agencies to provide dental care for seniors. The mitigation funding that I referred to shows up as a kind of whitish gray bar between 2020 and 2023. So essentially that narrow line has been added back into our base budget. And if we look at 2024, the bottom blue bar and the tiny, tiny turquoise bar, that is our provincial base contribution, which is approximately a 3% increase compared to our 2018 budget. So not a significant expansion given a number of operational pressures that we're experiencing. Next slide, please. The second component of that announcement, I think the province is partly intending to address some of those financial pressures by looking at what the requirements are of public health, and if they decide to take some of those requirements away, that health units will reallocate internally to priority areas. So if there's some program services that stop, then that funding will essentially be used to offset pressures in other areas. And then the third slide is related to voluntary mergers. So the province did just this week on Monday release a memo and slide deck that outlined criteria and objectives related to voluntary mergers for public health units. So what does this mean for us? We did actually issue a media release today saying that our Board of Health is having exploratory conversations with our closest neighbor, which is Peterborough Public Health. Now, there have been historical conversations for the last couple of decades, really. We have urban lore of hostile takeovers from the 1990s and 1980s, but really, in terms of where we're at right now, I think the board feels there's an obligation to explore this, given the provincial direction and given some of the financial incentives. We do believe that there are opportunities to strengthen public health services locally, but in order for the board to make an informed decision, they need to understand what the positive and potential negative impacts might be of a merger, and they need to understand what the risks and liabilities might be of a potential merger. And so that really is the fruit of the discussions that will be happening over the next couple of months, with a decision that the board will have to make in by January, February, given the provincial timelines to access funds to support that. So next slide, please. I realize I spent a fair amount of time on some of the contextual pieces, but the bottom line for City of Kawartha Lakes in terms of the contribution, we have asked all of our obligated municipalities to contribute a 5% increase to their levy, especially to offset some of those ongoing inflationary pressures associated with the budget. We will be taking the full budget, will be taken to the Board of Health at the end of this month, and then it goes to the province in March, and then we find out approval perhaps next September. And I'll pause there. Thank you very much. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Bucking. Can I have a motion to receive the deputation? Deputy Mayor Richardson, Councillor Smeaton. Any questions for Dr. Bucking? Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Every time public health comes up, I will not hesitate to push under the word surveillance, the One Health narrative. And I find the fact that your husband's a farmer interesting because that fits. Can that be, do you have the flexibility to incorporate that in your unit, or is this got to be a provincial directed initiative for One Health?
But we do have the flexibility to incorporate it, and we are incorporating it in aspects of looking at, especially some of the climate change adaptation work and its impacts on health. We work closely across sectors often, including with OMAFRA and various other ministries to support that. It has not been. I don't think it's been the core foundation of the work so far, but it has definitely been incorporated to an extent.
Thank you. But you agree there's benefits to incorporate that in the surveillance aspect?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
thank you. We're on the same page. Good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, to Dr. Bucking. Thanks for coming today. And just a couple of questions. As far as your main roles as a health unit, will you be bringing back the fundamental, before we always had the fundamental premise of good health and nutrition and exercise, especially when we, in the last 3 years, the importance of healthy nutrition and looking after your health, exercise goes a long way in your health. And will that be a priority going forward again, as it used to be for the health unit?
Mm-hmm. So thank you for that question. You're right. Our health promotion team previously did quite a lot of work related to that, in addition to kind of food literacy, people understanding what they were eating, food security, active transportation, for example. I think when belts tighten and the budget is further and further under pressure, some of the larger health promotion campaigns and pieces that can also be done at a provincial level, we do less of locally. We still believe it's important, and we will still try to incorporate, especially adapting campaigns to the local context, because we know that not every provincial campaign actually speaks to those individuals that might reside here. But I would say that our ability to do that the same way we used to is not there.
Great, thanks. And as far as the merger, just reading the report this morning in the news, and your chair, Mr. Marshall, he's basically saying that it started now, according to the article this morning.
So we've started conversations. The first step is to do a feasibility assessment. So a decision has not been made and won't be made until a feasibility assessment is done and the full implications are there.
Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you. Thank you, Dr. Bocking, and I've been on this board now for a second term, and I certainly recognize the important role that you play in public health when it comes to preventing diseases and that whole health aspect. And I also recognize that and thank the lead that you took when it came to, you know, the pandemic and that partnership. Maybe one of the things that we can just, you know, elaborate a little bit is, you know, on this merger, there's a threshold of population. A lot of folks don't quite understand what that looks like. Can you just explore that a little bit more?
Mm-hmm. So the slide deck that was just released on Monday, the province actually has articulated 7 objectives, and these are really considerations for health units. The first is that local public health agencies have what they refer to as a critical mass, that they are large enough that they are really reaching peak performance. So there have been reviews that have been done looking at public health organizations and what the ideal base population should be. The province has articulated that they would like agencies to be serving a total population of at least 500,000 people. The total population that HKPR currently serves is about 190,000 people, 189,000 people. A combined population of HKPR District Health Unit and Peterborough Public Health Unit currently would be at about 330,000 people. So also not quite at the 500,000 threshold. However, there are caveats to that. If you think of the geography of the province, they would have to combine every health unit north of Sudbury to not even quite reach 500,000. So there are other considerations that would need to be made. Part of those is system and partner alignment. So where does it fit naturally? Where do partners serve across those boundaries to start with? What does the geography look like? But the number piece is certainly one that they've articulated specifically.
Thank you. And then another caveat would be, you know, looking at that forecast of growth, because, you know, our area and Peterborough are all, you know, recognized as a high growth area in the province. So I know those considerations need to be taken into account too. Nope, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you. Just a couple from me. As you know, when I was on the health unit, we did enter into talks with City of Peterborough and discussed how it might work. And one of the things that we did at that time, and I assume you're including them, was have our Indigenous partners who would be affected and who we wanted to make sure we brought into the fold. So I'm assuming that they are being included in the conversation as well?
Yes, they are. Yeah.
And my other, speaking to your budget request of 5%, with the 75-25 split, am I correct that the 5% would mean it would be 73-27 split? Or is that
I think we're still closer to 70-30, not quite 75-25.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we will eventually get there next year, the year after, we hope.
We certainly hope.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for coming, and obviously, Councillor Warren.
Just through you, Mr. Mayor, it just made me think. So previously, many moons ago, was it 80-20?
It's been a variety. I think it has been 80-20.
Yeah,
it's been 50-50. It's been 100-0.
Yeah.
The challenge, the legislation, the way it's worded, is it says that the obligated municipalities will essentially pay the budget that is set by the Board of Health, and that the province may make grants, which really provides no specificity in terms of what, or reliability in terms of what that will be.
Okay, thank you.
Did they rescind what they were doing on the 100% funding, or is that 75-25 as well?
Yeah, so that was the piece that has not changed in the announcement they made in August. So they reverted the formula back, but they did not. So previously there were programs that were 100% funded by the province. When they made the funding formula change in 2019, they started to apply the 75-25 formula to those previously 100% funded programs, and that is still the case. And that's why the reversion back to this doesn't actually fully offset the costs that were, or the loss at that time.
Thank you. And thanks for coming today, and thanks for what the health unit does. I'm quite familiar with their work and I'm a fan. We have a motion to receive, so all in favor? Thank you, that's passed. Thanks very much. Next up, we have the Lindsay Downtown BIA, and it is Wesley Found, Chair, and he will be presenting the 2024 budget for the Lindsay Downtown Improvement Association. Well, it doesn't look, yep, there we are. Whenever you're ready.
My apologies. All right. Before I begin going down the slides, I kind of want to go on a little history tour of why BIAs exist and the importance of ours. So BIAs actually originated in Dundas area in Toronto. It was the first BIA in existence. It was during the time when malls were starting to become very popular, and there's been was gutting the downtown regions, and so a lot of the local retailers decided to go to Toronto Council and ask for them to impose a levy on themselves in order to pool funds in order to promote themselves, essentially. And so when you get a whole bunch of taxpayers go on and be like, tax us more to pool the resources such that we could use them for the betterment of our area, that's kind of revolutionary. And so RBI has been in existence for a long time, and so the downtown merchants understood that value. There is no doubt that the downtown Lindsay, if it was looked at one industry, it would be one of the highest employers, one of the highest income producers for the area, if you looked at it in that light. And so that's why the BIA exists, and that's why it is so important that we are there. We're there for advocacy, promotion, something that you can't do non-collectively. So essentially, we're a board of management of downtown businesses, owners for downtown. The people on the board at the executive branch is Steve here, Steve Podolsky, myself, and we're all volunteers, just wanting to better the downtown. We also have on the board a few councillors. We got Charlie and we got Eric, which they're a pleasure to have, and they're always a good insight. We have the police chief also on the board, and we always have a representative from economic development. So we pride ourselves on being as close as possible to the city because everything that we do is symbiotic, I would say. So I want to kind of give a shout out and thanks to everyone for donating their time and efforts, Charlie particularly because he has such a long history with the BIA and a good knowledge set because of that. So kind of over 2023 highlights, you know, a lot of people ask me what the BIA does, and it's a very nuanced question, and the way I answer it is be like, if we weren't there, you'd miss us, essentially. But I'll try to go over what we do and how we do it. The 2023 highlights is one of the things I kind of spearheaded was bringing back Classics on Kent. I was kind of naive going into it of how long and how arduous it was, but it was a great event. I was excited to do it. We've been refining our policies and procedures, financing, and approach that the board makes. That's partly why I became chair, as I kind of have a little bit of background in that type of knowledge. And so this is the first budget that I'm presenting to you that was from the bottom up, where the committees gave us our desires, and we accumulate it into a budget. Important distinction when we're talking about increases is that it is a levy that the downtown pays. For the greater majority beyond many asks is that it is the downtown property owners who pay. So it is just a flow through from council's perspective. So it isn't, when we ask for these funds, it isn't that we're asking you to find money in your budget. We're asking you to just approve what the board members proposed to the membership, which also approved. But, you know, as we're a conduit of council, you're supposed to be able to show that we're being fiscally prudent, responsible, and all those good things. So with that all in mind, I'll go into the slides. So second slide, please. This is kind of just upfront of all the different things that we're asking for. So a levy for all committees, we're proposing a fairly substantial increase of about 50,000. And what that culminates into is just what do we want each committee want to achieve? How much will it cost to achieve it, and what does it culminate into? We thought it'd be a large ask, but once we went to the membership for approval, they saw what it was going to be able to do for us, and they were excited. And so it was interesting in that case. I thought there'd be some hesitation, but there was not, showing that the collective responsibility of the membership. Parking bylaw officers. We're the only BIA that does parking enforcement of the downtown. And we do it quite well, and we do it in a way where we want to ensure that the barriers to entry for the downtown is reduced enough that parking is not a consideration when they want to come downtown and see us. Historically, when the city has done it, it's been hard to balance, and that's why we ended up taking over to do ourselves. And it's shown that, you know, when we compare it to other municipalities and downtown parking enforcement, that we do it at a fraction of the cost. And so last year, our budget was 40,000. We're asking for 55 to try to fully offset the cost. We understand that with increases, it might not be approachable with bylaw, but we are shooting for more because it is costly, especially with inflationary pressure and wages. I'll get into that a little bit later. One of the bigger things that I'm going to devote some time to is that we successfully secured a grant for putting CCTV cameras downtown. This was in partnership with Kawartha Lakes Police Services. Stipulation of the grant is that expenses must be paid by March 2024. It will have full coverage of the downtown from Victoria to Lindsay with camera views facing down to the side streets. I'll get into how this is beneficial. Our ask is 40,000 requests from the City of Kawartha Lakes, and I'll justify this in later on slides. Then the last part is a grant that we always receive for beautification of the downtown. And this is something that isn't something that comes out of your levy or extra money. It comes out of grants that are already allocated for funding. So next slide, please. So the CCTV camera grant funding request. So this was in consultation with a lot of different departments, of which that we're still consulting, we're still learning. But a large of the benefits through those consultations that I've been finding are that we could enhance public safety in Lindsay's downtown core. We can enhance the ability for Kawartha Lakes Police Services to provide leads and evidence in cases relating to the downtown. It's proposed as a low-cost method to increase the perceived safety of downtown relative to the cost of more on-foot police officer presence. And I've seen in the previous budget of, that is one of the bigger cost items, and this effectively would result into at least a few officers present downtown. Potential to reduce the liability associated with legal actions brought against the city for downtown incidents. I was a summer student one time with City of Kawartha Lakes, and I was at the Peel Street location working for engineering. And part of the thing I used to do was looking through all the incidents reports when they didn't have other work for me at the time to fill a few hours. And I remember them being real thick. And then assist in the review of monitoring, maintenance standards, and property-related issues. These by no means are small mitigating items. Next slide, please. So, as I previously stated, the scope of the grant will provide full coverage of the downtown. You can see from there, it's full coverage everywhere. As owner of some buildings downtown, our buildings have cameras on them. And the police services come to us very regularly looking for footage to help them. And I could cite numerous cases of where it was the lead instance of them able to close a case. And not for small things, for big things. I won't get into all of them, but there are many. It's important to note that the cameras will not be actively monitored by Kawartha Lakes Police Services or the LDBIA, but be reviewed on an as requested, as needed basis. Will be entrusted as the owner of the equipment responsible for maintenance and facilitate any requests for information in accordance with all applicable laws of governance. Next slide, please. The grant specifies the install completion date of spring 2024, as I said. We initiated a public consultation process with a description of the project and our survey on Jump In. So far, it has been very positive, the reviews that we had. The majority are that's needed, and there's also a majority that said some open public consultation should also be merited. As I mentioned, we've been discussing the project with the city's department managers and third-party stakeholders, and we're receiving general broad support for it, but with the condition that the due diligence is met with their concerns, which I'll detail a little bit further on the next slide, please. It's a busy slide. It's more for me to talk about. Remember my points, so don't need to read all of them. Through getting feedback with all of our consultation, in all honesty, the BIA underestimated the hurdles needed to overcome to make the project successful. A good problem to find at this stage of the game. I just had a meeting with various members yesterday regarding this, and I last minute updated my presentation in this regard. But consult with Bylaw, Economic Development, and the Clerk's Office, and the MFIPPA strongly encourages a privacy impact assessment, of which that I refined my estimated ask for the city to reflect that. The Clerk's Office reached out to an outfit that specializes in PIAs and found that it could be completed in sufficient time, and that it would cost approximately about $25,000. Now, I realize that's a lot of extra asset above and beyond, and the BIA is willing to put their money where their mouth is and refine some of their projects for 2024 to find some contribution. But we can't feasibly pay for the whole other half of the grant plus the PIA. So there will be some discussion in that regard of give and pull in that regard of what can be done. While the BIA is a torchbearer of this project, we came to this position reluctantly as not to have this opportunity pass. And by no means, and only vested interest is ensuring the project is successful, as we strongly believe in its merits. Alternatively, the BIA would be an advocate to council consider the city takes on this project. And we still don't mind providing funds where it can be. Like I said, the only thing that we feel is that it has strong merit, and we believe a lot of city staffers believe it has strong merit, provided that the due diligence is met. There was another thing too. There's a security and threat risk assessment that they suggest it might be warranted as well, but the merit of it could be looked at as we go through the PIA. So that's kind of the overview of the CCTV. I'm sure I'm going to get a lot of questions on it, but I'm going to review the rest of the budget in that regard. So next slide, please. One back. Yeah, there we go. Boom. All right. For those who may know me, I'm an economist by education, so I like graphs and numbers and finances. all those fun things. So I kind of did a breakdown of the distribution of the levy allocation by street in this case, because we have somewhat of a unique boundary that it's kind of lost in history to the reason why, but it's not a straight block radius by any means. But Kent Street pays for about 83% of the levy, Lindsay 5.8, William 10.6, and York 0.5%. And I broke it down by what's the levy amount by levy per 100,000 assessed value, because it's a standard metric that municipalities are used to looking at. And the idea is that this stuff has a multiplier effect. For every single dollar we invest into promoting, advocating for the downtown, it returns, you know, a multiple of that. So next slide, please. So this is a percentage of levy by assessed value. It's almost like proportional representation, or what I would call progressive taxation, almost in a way. So the levy works by your MPAC assessment and your distribution of it. And so this is how I sold this to the members of the increased budget, is that, you know, 65% of the levy comes from properties with 1.5 million assessed value or less. The properties within this range of assessed value account for 93% of the properties in the LDBIA catchment area. So a lot of the historic downtown buildings are, you know, not necessarily highest of value. And I could go into explaining why that is, but that means that all of the little shops that are around there that really depend on the BIA actually pay as the littlest amount into the BIA. And so, next slide, please. This is just a different perspective of that pie chart. And so it shows, you know, less than 500K is 43 properties. But then when you go to the 5.5 to 6 million assessed value, it's only 1. And underneath that, it's only 1. I could say that those are my 2 buildings, personally. And if I see value in those big increases in promoting the downtown and increasing the value of the downtown, I told the other members, then you should too. And this leads to another thing we've been trying to advocate for. Part of the highlights of 2023 is that we're trying to be longer term, longer window view. Before we're like, okay, what events are we going to put on downtown? What's the, you know, what type of marketing are we going to do for the downtown? Those type of things, beautification. The idea is I'm trying to be a long-term partner and plan things well into advance. We're having a strategic plan put in for this year to better equip our alignment in that regard. I'm also, you know, I advocated to have some business count survey questions put into this recent business count survey to try to get an idea of how much square footage in the downtown above the ground floor is vacant. It's a considerable amount, and it would be a good densification of the downtown. It would provide active consumers for said downtown. If we're sprawling, why can't we densify too? And we have a lot of densification that could happen in the downtown. And so from the business count survey, we should be able to see something forthcoming in that regard. So next slide, please. So this is the levy allocation by committee. So we have 4 different committees. We have marketing, which is just events planning, promotional services for the downtown. Beautification, which is just anything that you see that looks pretty downtown that committee's involved with. Parking and advocacy, we're the only BIA that really has this style of committee because we enforce our own parking. And then administration. And as always, administration takes up a lot of it, but that's the case because our one and only significant staff member is on there, and then we have our occupancy costs and other things, but I'll detail some of the expenditures in later slides, specifically rated at each committee. And that go to next slide, please. So administrative budget, we're budgeting for a summer student. Grants, that 70,000 there, that's related to the CCTV cameras. There wasn't really a logical place to put that in the other committees, so that is put into there. And then the remaining is the levy. Next slide, please. Expenses. So this is a busy slide because it's the busiest amount of expenses, so I'll just highlight a few things. We're looking into getting OBIA, which is the Ontario version of the BIA, which their whole job is to help other BIAs and facilitate information sharing and other things. They have a CRM software, which is customer relations management software, that'll help us better manage our membership, who's coming in, what's available, how to contact them, you know, all of that great stuff. And then we're putting a summer student in there to help out with administrative tasks, because our bulk of our busy season is in the summer, and that's when the executive director could focus less on administration, essentially. Next slide, please. Parking and advocacy. This is pretty straightforward. You know, I'm asking for $55,000. But for budgeting purposes, I assume we aren't going to get that full amount, so I allocate it for $45,000. So I'm really hoping for that from bylaw, and it's really just a inflationary increase when you really think of it like that. And the cost of it, like I said, we do it cheaper than any other municipality for the downtown region. There's estimate carryover, and I proportionally allocated that by the proportionate share of each committee, and then just the levy. Next slide, please. This is just essentially a breakdown. The only cost really is payroll for parking and advocacy and some uniform costs. So next slide, please. All right, beautification revenue. It's pretty simple where revenue comes from. It's the levy and that $65,000 grant that I told you about that's already allocated by the city. It is matching funds from the City of Kawartha Lakes Community Partnership Development Fund. We just made the application last month, at the end of last month, so a few days ago. Next slide, please. So, beautification, the expenses are higher than they historically were. And part of that is because the revitalization of the downtown put like big, beautiful planter boxes, and also in consultation with some various city departments, we are planting in areas that aren't within the BIA catchment area. And so we're beautifying adjacent areas that are considered the downtown, but invariably aren't in our catchment area. And it's important to know, actually, I forgot to say for parking related, we actually monitor parking lots that are not within our own area as well, within our own catchment area. We monitor adjacent parking lots, and not only are the parking officers monitoring parking, but they also look at, you know, things that are bylaw concerns or public works concerns or whatever else. They have a checklist of things that they go out with, and then in our committee meetings, we defer to all the different various city departments to ensure that these minimum standards are met. So that is the end of my presentation, and I thank you for your time and always welcome questions.
Thank you. Let's get a motion to receive the deputation. Councillor McDonald, Councillor Warren, and questions. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you through you, Mr. Mayor, to Wes and Steve. Wes, you've been a great addition to the Lindsay BIA, and Steve, this is all volunteer, and your time and dedication is really being noticed to how our downtown looks, and I'd like to thank you both for the hard work and the dedication you guys do. Just a little bit of information, you know, when you look at the BIA and the parking, I was involved quite a bit with the parking down there. We're the only municipality that takes care of the parking, and there's many other municipalities would love to take on the parking, and they saved a lot of money for the city by taking over the parking. They also have it with an advocate group that looks after certain things downtown, and of course the beautification when you drive downtown in the summer or winter, whatever, it's beautiful, and these are all volunteers, and that's what, and we have lots of volunteers out there. To jump on the CTV cameras, so on, I was a recent owner of a business downtown, and I had cameras and was part of helping solving a very serious crime downtown, so I think these cameras would be very important based on what you see downtown and the crime that's happening. I know the KLSPS would be very happy to have them, because instead of patrolling all the time, this could be part of helping them focus on other areas. The timeline is definitely crucial. It looks like you're on top of what's going on, but again, great job that the BIA is doing, and keep up the good work, and thank you very much for your dedication.
Thanks, Charlie.
Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for your presentation. How much does the city give you right now for the 50/50 beautification?
65,000.
65, and then so you match it 65.
Yep. Historically, this is before my time, I believe it was 45,000. It started at 35, and it escalated just with the cost inflation, and it went up to 65 for the first time last year in recognition that we're taking care of a lot more beautification than what we were before revitalization.
Do you partner at all with the Lindsay Garden Club, or whatever they're called, like the horticultural group?
Currently, no. What we do is it's an internal volunteer board, right? And so a lot of us will end up doing some of the work ourselves, and we coordinate with a lot of the local greenhouses and everything else for supplying. And then we have a local contractor that facilitates a lot of the contract work downtown. But, you know, like, we're kind of small and scrappy. For example, I have a still rototiller attachment to my still, and I just lent it to the guys to go down and turn over all of the gardens and everything else. It's essentially, we save dollars where we can, and do exactly what we can where we can. So, but yes, it's a good idea.
Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, to Wes. Thanks for the presentation, and thank you, Wes, and thank you, Steve, for the work you do, because whenever I talk to the merchants downtown, they always speak highly of you and your organization. You work so hard, you do, and you really turn things around. Just a couple questions. Well, before that, our relatives of our family, we had a downtown business for many years, and Kent Street is a great place to do business, and it is a beautiful downtown, and it's unique, and there's basically nothing that really mimics it anywhere that I know of. You mentioned some events like the Classics on Kent, which is great. We had that come back. Have you ever thought about bringing back Homecoming? I know if you go into Mr. Sub, you'll see that great picture that was taken in I think it was the year 2000. I think it was just a great picture of what the amount of people that come and to these events like Homecoming, whether that's something that, you know, in the future we might be able to get back again.
We entertain the idea every year. Let's put it that way. But the reality is our volunteer base isn't big enough to be able to tackle something like that. Interestingly enough, I was talking with Susan from the Corther Art Gallery, and someone who is involved, I'm not sure exactly what it used to be called, but there used to be an events planning team that actually had a location within like city municipal buildings where volunteers and city officials partnered in creating events and helping and aiding events and events planning. I actually have a meeting with Susan tomorrow about historically what that was with someone who used to be a member, and seeing whether we could think about reviving something like that, because something like the BIA, it's too small, and because we're all small town business owners, like Classics on Kent was a great thing to do, but I was months behind my job after I actually did. It's just a good thing I'm my own independent business owner. I could push things to the side for an event like that, but it's really taxing for small businesses to constantly do these events and put all their hours towards it, because they, you know, they have a family, they got business to take care of.
And lastly, your office, it's on York Street now, is it? York Street?
Yes.
Okay. Have you found that, I guess it's basically a cost factor that you could, you were on Kent Street, maybe a little bit more visible, so people, if they're new to the area, they could drop in and talk to somebody. Would you ever think of maybe going back onto Kent Street for the visibility? I know it costs money to be on Kent Street, but York Street, it's a great office, but is there any thought of going back to Kent Street?
We don't want to take away prime real estate from retailers, is one. B is the cost. and see where we are is a significant increase in expense to what we were. We basically kind of rented an office at a Big Brothers Big Sisters before, and so we always had to rely on other volunteer members who own businesses downtown to host our meetings and such. Now we have a boardroom and other things, but in general, we don't want to take away prime location from the people who we're supposed to be there for. It's the biggest reason. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, comment and a question, but my comment, I guess you have a new appreciation for what it takes to plan an event.
Oh, I do, yeah.
Well, that's
Yeah.
great. I'm an events planner.
Yeah,
It's
are
my
ya?
profession, yes. So I can't tell you the number of times I've encountered people, I run say a 4-day event, and they say, well, what do you do the rest of the year?
Yeah.
So anyways, I found some humor there.
It was fun.
Yeah, exactly. My question is the CCTV cameras. I mean, we all know our gut feeling that's a good thing to do, but I'm always looking for data. And the other thing is when crime happens, not just downtown, there's a ripple effect through the whole community. So we know it's a good thing to have, but I'd love to see, it'd be great to see some, maybe turn to England, where they have the highest concentration of CCTV cameras in the world. There's a reason for it. It's a proven and effective deterrent. How much? I'd love to, I don't know what that data is. I'd love
Yeah.
to see that. It'd be very interesting to have that, kind of see where that can lead us to. And
To be honest with you, you know, I'm a data guy myself. Like, I want to be in my profession if I wasn't. I couldn't find anything, to be honest with you. I could only give you my feel on it based on owning downtown buildings and having cameras in those buildings. They don't necessarily deter, but what they do is highlight and have the ability to investigate, is what I've noticed. Like in our building, it's hard to tell whether, you know, those problems were the same or better because, you know, we didn't have cameras before, so how did you know? But, you know, we highlight a lot of problems and see a lot of problems in our building, and it's just part and parcel of what the problems are downtown. It's no different. And we benefited significantly from it. In fact, the city's benefited from our footage as well, in terms of not just from police, but in terms of they've asked us for footage just for liability cases that came forward to the city. And we give it freely to them. But in general, it highlights, it doesn't necessarily prevent. Well, it would prevent a little bit, you would think, but the majority is it's highlighting.
Well, there you go. I'm surprised. I thought there'd be a greater deterrence.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
That's my personal opinion of the data. Who knows? Yeah.
Councillor Warren.
For you, Mr. Mayor, just another question on working with other groups. Do you do anything with the Chamber of Commerce? I mean,
yes, we do.
It's the same kind of, you've got the same, you know, for events and things like that, especially for, you know, Classics on Kent. I mean, that would seem like a natural that they would,
yes,
you know, chip in on that.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, for specifically on Classics on Kent, Alyssa Adams, the executive director of LDCC, she was pivotal in helping us. Like, kudos goes out to her tenfold. We look at helping planning, but none of us are events planners, like you said, and it is a specialty. It really is. And what I found with Classics on Kent is I actually had to stop people from helping because too many hands in the pot is hard. Better hands in the pot is great when you have a long runway to plan. But with Classics on Kent, I just had a few friends who were in the Classics car insurance business. I'm like, you guys want to form a committee? And that, from that point, the original point that committee was struck, it was 4 months away from the actual event. So more partners is better. Generally speaking, no one really wants to invest money, and the problem with it is that the BIA puts on events knowing that they're going to lose money, but they don't really care about losing money because they have that money to promote the downtown and bring people downtown. So once other organizations are officially involved, where, you know, that's their job, is they host events to make money for their cause, like the LDCC does, you have a different vested interest, is the problem.
Councillor Smeaton, followed by McDonald.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I've had the pleasure of working with Wes. I have one comment and one question. The comment, especially being a former teacher, when you have a group of people with unique interests, the BIA is very unique in that you have basically a group of people who all have a very, they're entrepreneurs and they're all different and they have different businesses. And one of the key reasons this BIA is fun to be on and works well every meeting and has good discussions is Wes's leadership. It's very interesting to watch. It's not an easy group in any BIA in any town. There's BIAs that are falling apart across Ontario, and a lot of it is who's at the helm. So I just wanted to say that he's very, very good at this. You put a lot into it, and you bring a really neat skill set that I've learned from this year. And you did point out Councillor McDonald, and those kudos resonate with me too. When you have somebody who's on council and has been a BIA member for as long as he has, it's a good team. My question to you was in relation to the budget. Some conversations have happened to BIA about possible expansion down the road. And just as the city grows, possibly the BIA territory may grow. I just wondered if you had anything to share there that's kind of in your mind for the council.
Yes. Essentially what it is, the BIA hasn't had a honed strategic plan in quite some time. We've had some historically, but the reason why we're having a strategic plan in the budget this year is because the intention, Eric, is to do an expansion of the boundaries. And the reason why you need to plan before is because you got to, just like anything, you have to develop a business plan for it. You have to have an elevator pitch associated with the people you want to expand to. And the other thing is that you don't want to grow too fast to the point where you can't manage your newfound boundaries. And so a lot of the background planning that I'm trying to do is for that end goal. And the reason is logical, is because you have all these different things that define what the downtown is. You have the Heritage District, which is this. You have the Revitalization District, which is something different. You have the BIA, that's something different. And so you have all these different definitions of what the border of downtown Lindsay is. And if we as the BIA are going to be an advocate for the downtown, then we need to encapsulate what that actually is so we can advocate properly. There's a reason why the parking enforcers end up enforcing parking that are outside of our boundaries, or advocate for things outside our boundaries. There's a reason why beautification plants in places outside of our boundaries, because that is the downtown, but our boundaries are smaller than what that is. So a great question, Eric.
It makes a lot of sense. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, thank you through you. Just two more comments. Homecoming, wouldn't that be exciting for anybody who's lived and born in Lindsay? When they had homecoming here, it brought thousands and thousands of people back home. But it takes a partnership and a lot of work to do that. You'd need a year probably to try to get that together. So hopefully that they'll listen and maybe take that on as a partnership. And to Councillor Ashmore, the reason why the building they left to go around the corner, because we're more accessible, to wheelchair accessible on the street, because our other office was on the second floor, so we wanted to be accessible. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion on the floor to receive, but we're also going to need a mover and seconder, and I'll do it after we do the receive. If you want to send the CCTV ask as a decision unit for the 2024 budget. So first we'll do the receive. All in favor? Thank you. And now I need somebody to make a motion that the funding for the CCTV cameras for the downtown BIA to be sent to 2024 budget decision units. Councillor McDonald, Councillor Ashmore, any discussion? All in favor? And that passes. Thank you.
Thank you all for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, and thank you for what the BIA does, and certainly makes a difference in the downtown, and we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next up, and finally, someone who's no stranger to this chamber, we have Andrew Vail. and he will be presenting the Kawartha Lakes Healthcare Initiative 2024 budget. Welcome.
Thank you very
Andrew,
much, Mr. Mayor and Council. I was going to introduce myself, but I guess that's not necessary today. Next slide, please. And we can move to the next one. So Kawartha Lakes Healthcare Initiative, core values. Under excellence, KLHCI continues to be the local resource in recruitment and retention. Integrity, we strive to maintain ethical and moral standards in the communications with local family doctors, potential recruits, medical learners, the public, and board members. Ingenuity, with the expertise of our board members, we continue to think outside the box for creative solutions to the challenges we face. Heart, again, each board member and our coordinator are passionate about the work we do. Partnerships, we continue to nurture and strengthen those existing relationships with the City of Kawartha Lakes, Ross Memorial Hospital, Kawartha Lakes Ontario Health Team, including their unattached patients working group. Next slide. So our strategic objectives to recruit, statistics show that 80% of residents remain in the community in which they did their training. We have been working with medical schools towards our goal of creating a residency program here, which we get ever and ever closer. Encouraging physicians to participate as preceptors is an ongoing challenge given the time pressures that they're under. To retain family physicians, we do a lot of programs, cards of appreciation, gift cards to local restaurants, small thank yous for their efforts. And we recently interviewed all the local family doctors to obtain feedback, practice satisfaction, and reports will be forwarded to all interested parties shortly. Partnerships, it's important to create new partnerships and nurture those existing ones. We're in discussion phases around providing an educational events to local businesses, schools, service clubs, and the public in general. Important that the community understands that the purpose of KLHCI, what and how we are addressing the shortages and potentially what they can do to help. And accountability, after each event, review, the outcomes are reviewed and adjusted if necessary. And we also recognize that our community is becoming more diverse, which we believe makes us a more attractive community in which to attract. Next slide, please. For those of you that are not aware, medical school is a 4-year program, and currently family medicine is a residency of a 2-year program. We will have had 15 family medicine residents, 9 medical students, and 4 observers during this past calendar year. Next slide. Meetings and events. The beauty of virtual meetings is that it allows for greater flexibility for members in attending meetings, as we have a mix of retired and working members. Being able to personally showcase our community to potential candidates is a key. Also, getting to meet new students and residents at job fairs is far more productive than spending time personally in meetings, and we can immediately gauge reactions to our presentations. Next slide. This is just some pictures from our, on August 19th and 20th, we hosted a group of residents and their partners, showcased the Ross Memorial Hospital, Kawartha Settlers Village, the Grove Theatre, Ken Reed Conservation Authority, and KLHCI also extends thanks to our board volunteers who assisted with this event, along with our sponsors. Next slide.
Sounds good, Eric. Well, things are going well.
So this, in 2021, we developed under COVID a virtual tour of the community. That virtual tour is currently being updated with new information about the community and council, etc. And for anybody that's interested in viewing that, that's directly on our homepage of our website. Next slide. This slide illustrates the reality of our situation, which is also a nationwide issue. It's not a Kawartha Lakes issue. It's a province-wide, nationwide issue. 1/3 of City of Kawartha Lakes residents are without a family doctor or travel outside of the city to access a family doctor. On the positive side, we assisted with the recruitment of Dr. Pandraja to the Kinmount Medical Center in March. Unfortunately, 2 physicians have retired in 2023, and there's 3 more pending retirements. Next slide. Sorry, can you just go back, Sarah? Thanks. The reality is we are all competing for a limited pool of family physicians. There is some hope in regarding the easing of credentialing challenges between provinces, which would help with who practice in different areas of the country. The Ontario government is also talking about initiating a practice readiness program for internationally trained physicians who currently live in Ontario. However, at the moment, City of Kawartha Lakes does not qualify to accept these physicians. Next slide. So right down to the nuts and bolts of it, our request of council for budget is basically the same as last year's request and the year before. It's just our operating funding, which is the same except with a slight inflationary increase. Next slide. And yes, we are flexible. We are current with nationwide issues. With diverse experience of our dedicated board members, we support our recruitment retention coordinator, Cindy Snyder. Cindy has been recruiting physicians for our city for 15 years and is seen within our community of physician recruiters to be a resource and an excellent resource. And next slide. And with that, I'm open to taking any questions.
Let's get a motion to receive first. Deputy Mayor Richardson, Councillor Joyce. Councillor Smeaton, you have a question?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, one thing, Councillor Joyce and I were at the same workshop last year at Roma, almost a year ago, and one thing that came up about the old cradle-to-grave jobs of a general practitioner was that the next 2 levels are just so much more enticing. One of the key reasons is they don't have the same overhead. So if you're a general practitioner, you're not only working as a physician at the lowest of the 3 salaries, but you're also, you're taking care of your own rent, and you're taking care of, you're going home at night and working 3-4 hours off in a night to keep your business practice. Is there anything that you know of at the provincial level through your position with this that's happening to help in the infrastructure piece to encourage general practitioners in general?
So there's been lots of talk and there's lots of conversation going around the different practice models. Basically, at the end of the day, Kawartha Lakes Healthcare Initiative will recruit doctors to whatever model they prefer to practice in, whether that be a family health team or a CHC or a fee for service. I guess at the end of the day, there's likely more models than there are physicians needed, for lack of a better, or not needed, but more physicians that are available, for lack of a better analogy. So I know that there's a talk at the provincial level, but that's gone on for quite some time too.
Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, through you, Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. You just said something at the last there. Why don't we qualify internationally? You said that City of Kawartha Lakes don't qualify.
So some of the restrictions that they have in place or whatever are based on need, and how they calculate the City of Kawartha Lakes need has been a sore point since amalgamation. Before amalgamation, we were an underserviced area. We're not considered an underserviced area, but how they calculate when you put in the 14 former municipalities.
Thank you. And the next question was, nurse practitioner seems to be the way to go, but you also have to work under a doctor, correct?
Sorry.
Nurse practitioners, they do have to work underneath a doctor, correct?
They have to be connected to a doctor, but my understanding is they now roster their own patients, and there's a lot more. Their abilities are a lot higher today than what they were years ago.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Mr. Vail, if you could, I'm on the committee, so I'm real aware of these things, but if you could elaborate on a couple of things for everybody watching here is in the next few years we have family physicians retiring and we have population growth. Can you kind of, what we're up against here? Kind of.
So I think it's pretty clear that the population is increasing. Doctors are retiring. The need to recruit and attract more physicians to this community has never been as high as what it is today.
Would the word crisis fit in this area?
I'm very hesitant to use that word, but I'll leave that to everybody else's opinions.
Okay. The other part is 1/3 of our population is without local primary care services. So some of our population have a primary care doctor outside of the region, but some don't have a family doctor. And that impacts on when a child doesn't have proper health care and gets sick, they're missing education. An adult doesn't get proper health care, there's some more sick days. So it has a direct effect on our economy. Sorry, I'm elaborating for you here. But that's I just wanted to point out the cascading effects of not having a family doctor.
Yeah.
So, and by the way, Councillor Smeaton, just so you, it's family physicians is the correct term. General practitioners, they still exist. It is actually a separate field of practice, technically. I know a lot of people mix the two together, but we have doctors graduating today are family physicians or FPs. Yeah.
Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, to Andrew, and thanks for your work on this important committee. Today there was an article in the Toronto Star saying that Canada has more doctors than ever, and but access is worse. Why is that? And it says that the Canadian Institute for Health Information says that as of this year there were 2,000. We have 2,000 more doctors in 2022. This is 2022 data from the year before. I know that's not a lot over 40 million people, but still we actually have more doctors in Canada, but they're not able to get out there and practice. What is it really? Is it just the licensing, or is it all these levels of government? They say they're going to come together and they're going to help streamline the licensing. For example, I know one of the doctors at the Omemee Medical Center. It took her probably about 2 years to be able to practice in Ontario because she was from Saskatchewan. And things like that. Not to mention, we have many foreign trained doctors who are up to snuff. They're ready to go, and they can't practice. So I know it's a loaded question here, but sooner or later, hopefully everybody can get this, get it right, and we can get these doctors out there practicing, because we are losing doctors in practices. I know one in Omemee has left, unfortunately, to the hospital because why not? You don't have to have make your payments for your practice, because basically you are a private contractor when you're a doctor. And so anyways, I just wondering, we have more doctors, but we can't seem to get them out there practicing.
That goes back to the comment about credentialing, and that is the issue. And we're told that the province and the other provinces are working together to break those barriers down. But you are absolutely correct today that that is still an issue for a doctor in Manitoba wishing to practice in Ontario or move to Ontario and begin practice, that there are some huge roadblocks to that today, not to mention international grads.
Thank you.
So we have a motion to receive. All in favor? Thank you. Thank you, Andrew, for coming today, and thank you for what your committee does. Certainly, I feel free to say that this council is behind what you're doing, and if we can help, we certainly would, even though healthcare is not a municipal responsibility. We feel a responsibility to our citizens to make sure they stay as healthy and safe as possible. So thanks.
I will pass that on to the board, and the board certainly feels the same way, that they have a partner in the city of Kawartha Lakes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Okay, folks, I need a confirming bylaw. Councillor Perry, second. Councillor Warren. Hello, Councillor Perry, but both hands up. I don't know if he wanted to move it and second it. It's
a value add I bring, Mayor.
Oh, okay. Yeah, all right. We have a mover and seconder. All in favor? Thank you. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Perry, Councillor Smeaton, all in favor? Thank you. Thank you for coming today. And remember, we have Committee of the Whole on the 7th, and we have a public meeting starting at 7 o'clock at night on the 8th. Okay? Thank you.